One last thing, and I want everyone's eyes on me when I say this. Look at me. One last thing, and I want everyone's eyes on me when I say this. Look at me.
Thank you so much. It's an early start, so and I know you have many busy things to get on with this week, so the fact that you took time out of your busy schedules to be here is a real honour, so thank you. I'm Zara Baranalumi. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you. I'm the CEO of Salesforce in the UK and Ireland, and I'm delighted to be able to talk to you today in conversation with a sterling cast here around the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, we're in 2023, in case anybody hasn't noticed, and the Sustainable Goals were, I'm sure they were conceived a long time ago, but really they came to fruition in 2015 with the launch of them. And so, you know, in true form, we're almost halfway there, and it's worth checking ourselves. Are we on our way? Are we progressing along the roadmap that the SDG goals laid out for us to a better, more sustainable, more fruitful, more equitable future? And I think it's fair to say perhaps we're not nearly there yet. And, you know, things have changed since 2015, of course, and things were uncertain then. But since then, I mean, who can fail to ignore the fact that we have, you know, unlimited supply of crises and challenges? We have energy supply challenges. We have exacerbated food supply challenges. We have had a pandemic, which, you know, we're still living with the reverberations of the pandemic, and many other challenges. And of course, war. We've always had war, but it's more pronounced. And I think if you believe some of the challenges that I listened to yesterday, it's quite easy to kind of tip into quite an assiduous, dare I say it, are we tipping into a Cold War? That was the question that was raised yesterday. And I found that quite disturbing. That really stopped me in my tracks. So with all of that in mind, as businesses, you know, and I sit here as a business leader today, as businesses, it does beg the question, you know, is it still a priority? Are the SDG goals, are they still a priority? I think philosophically, yes. Practically, are they? And I think it's fair to say that in the challenging times that we face today, then I think addressing them, doing something with them, driving action, I think is more important than ever. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, okay. So, what better way to have this conversation than to introduce this amazing cast, to kick off our programming around sustainability goals. I'm not getting on that chair yet, by the way. I am delighted to introduce the leading voices in a fight for a fairer world, and a world where we think poverty can be eradicated, climate change addressed, and where there is equality for all. I want to live in that world. Please join me in welcoming to the conversation the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk. Did I do that right? Yes, thank you. The UN SDG advocate and screenwriter and director, Richard Curtis. The president and COO of RED. Can anyone guess who that is? Jennifer Lotito. And finally, the CEO of Flock Freight, Oren Zaslansky. Please give them a warm welcome.
I'm trying to work out which band we look like. I'm trying to think, because this so reminds me of sort of Eurovision group. Like we're Gladys Knight and the Pips or something like that, but we're not going to sing.
I'm definitely a Pip. Right. So UN High Commissioner, I'm going to start with you, if I may. Am I a bit too close to you?
No.
Is that okay?
Very warm here. So.
It is warm. So take us back to 2015. Set the scene for us. You know, the goals were launched, and remind us of where we were at that time. What kind of world were we living in?
Actually, it's working.
Yeah.
Good. No, first of all, great that we have an SDG Tent in Davos at the World Economic Forum. It's great to actually focus on the sustainable development goals, despite the fact that we have really regressed enormously when it comes, and I'll give you some statistics later. I mean, if we think of 2015, it's actually important to go even back a little bit further, because as some of you may remember, we had the 8 Millennium Development Goals that came out of the realization that the world really has to come together to eradicate poverty, to fight climate change, to do all kinds of things. It was quite a simple way of structuring, the way that the international community would come together and do something for the benefit of everyone else, for the collective good, if you like. When Millennium Development Goals were to some extent were on track, but also had a lot of issues, it was decided that it is important to have a much broader view of essentially a blueprint for the 21st century of how to achieve sustainable development. And it was also meant to be a whole of society thing. It's not just governments, because the UN, obviously, as you know, always deals with governments. It was also meant to include all kinds of communities, civil society, the business, the private sector, parliamentarians, whoever was to be involved. And actually, if we did not have the SDGs, we would really have to reinvent them. If tomorrow, if any of you were to think of a political program to have, you would actually want to go back to the SDGs, because they are, in a way, a political platform for action. And I think that's incredibly important. The other thing and I will have to say this as the Human Rights High Commissioner, if you actually look at the SDGs today, and if you compare them with existing human rights law, there is a 90% convergence. So the SDGs actually represent what human rights law would expect from governments to achieve, but also from business and from civil society. And I think that's important to bear in mind. And just a last point on 2015. I remember very well, because I used to work for the UN Refugee Agency at the time, and you probably remember, especially in Europe, there was a huge issue around a so-called crisis, which, frankly, if you compare it with other parts of the world, and including with the current one with the war in Ukraine, it wasn't so much of a crisis. You had 1 million refugees from Syria, mostly from Afghanistan, arriving in Europe. And there was a sense that multilateralism became much more difficult. Well, actually, in 2015, both Paris Agreement was achieved and the SDGs. So it was almost, despite all the doom and gloom about multilateralism, it was quite an achievement, actually, to get these very important milestones for the 21st century adopted in 2015.
That convergence on the human rights, with the human rights laws and SDGs, that feels quite comforting to the everyday person to hear. So if we were to fast forward now, we're sat here 2023, what kind of world do we sit in now? What's happened?
Well, we have had the pandemic, and it's actually interesting because today, because with all the other crises that are going on, we sometimes forget what the pandemic has done to the SDGs. And I have a whole list of statistics. If you go through the SDG list, you will have seen a regression on all fronts, which then sets in this sort of frustration that we all have. But frankly, that frustration cannot be the guiding emotion to have. I mean, we need to overcome that emotion and actually turbocharge even more the SDGs. And as you know, there is going to be a very important, in September at the UN General Assembly, a very important event, the SDG Summit, if you like, which is, well, we will have all the data, and by the way, that's an important point as well. It's so critical to have exact data on SDG implementation, and we're still struggling, including within the United Nations, to actually get the best data, so I hope any of you...
We can help you with that.
Yes, I think that would be very good, because sometimes the UN is very complicated with member states and so forth, but I know that especially business and private sector can help us on that, and that would be important. But we will see, you know, when it comes to extreme poverty, when it comes to hunger, I mean, not least because of what happened with the invasion of Ukraine, you have a huge issue on food insecurity that will hit us even more this year than it hit us in 2022. Gender, we know that during the COVID pandemic, for example, informal care economy is now being more recognized. It wasn't recognized in the way that it should have been. So we see a lot of things that really need to be fixed. So again, it will be a rallying call to turbocharge the implementation of the SDGs, and we will all have to work together on that.
And overcome the doom and gloom and remain optimistic and
Yes.
fight for this, because we need
Absolutely.
to do this.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, High Commissioner. Now, Mr. Curtis, coming to you. You're a renowned screenwriter and director, in case anybody hadn't noticed, and you've really changed the game when it comes to driving social good in innovative ways. You helped found Comic Relief and the beloved Red Nose Day, and you also co-founded Project Everybody. Project Everybody. Oh my God, branding. Project Everyone. Everyone. Sorry, Gail. Which aims to make the global goals as famous as the actors in your films. So as a United Nations SDG advocate, why are the SDGs still so important, and why is it the roadmap that we have to follow right now?
Yeah, I mean, I was very present when the SDGs were developed, and I think fundamentally the genius of linking, as it were, development, climate, and justice together. It was an enormously ambitious idea, but I remember being in a room when we were doing Live 8 in 2005, and being in a room with the guy from Greenpeace walking out of the meeting as we rejected the idea that Live 8 and the Make Poverty History campaign should include climate. We just thought that was too complicated a concept for the public to grasp, and what an extraordinarily different world we're in now, where everybody realizes the extent to which climate has to do with, particularly with poverty issues, but also to do with justice issues. So I do think it's great to have a comprehensive number. I argued there should be 10 or 12 just so that it would be easier, but I remember someone once saying they'd told their mum about the fact there were 17, and she said, well, darling, it's a complicated world. And I do think that you know, I think fundamentally that's good. I remember even arguing against having the word sustainability in there, because I thought, well, that's a peculiar word, and how wrong I was, because sustainability is the word at the absolute core of what we're all working for. So I do think it's great that, I mean, it's difficult that they're so comprehensive, but great that they're so comprehensive. And comprehensive in that they apply not only, as it were, to less rich countries, which was what the MDGs were mainly about. I remember the day they were launched, President Obama saying, my first job is to apply these to the United States themselves. So, and then I think the big thing about, you know, the deadline is very useful. When you say, are they useful, they are the only roadmap. I mean, it's very interesting to sort of think, what would we all be thinking and saying now if the SDGs didn't exist? I remember being on so many panels, you know, when I was younger, or so many discussions, and someone would be talking about refugees, and someone would be talking about water, and someone would be talking about disability, and you think, what do I do? I've just got to choose one, and then if I choose that one, then I won't be focusing on the other things. And the SDGs allow everyone to push for the thing they're most passionate about while knowing that they're working within a holistic framework. And I would just say that practically, and I may talk about this a bit later, but I do think it's particularly in the world of business that they seem to be so practical. I have seen many companies who take the SDGs and align their behaviors at every point against what they're required. So we've moved into a world, but I remember sort of it was like CSR when I was younger. It was a back door with some nice people who would help a local project. And the idea that actually the behavior of businesses themselves, what they do, their employers, their employees, are one of the key factors in changing the world for the good. I think the SDGs have really helped do that. So I would hate to have been disappointed, but I'm glad that I'm not disappointed in their sort of intellectual and practical potency.
Yeah. Much needed, of course. But dare I ask the unthinkable? And I'll ask you first, Richard, and I'll come back to you, High Commissioner. What happens if we don't make progress in the way that we had intended? What happens if we don't achieve the targets that we set out to achieve by 2030?
Well, that's like sort of saying to me halfway through shooting a film, this film looks shit. Why don't you write another one? Telling the actors today, I mean, I genuinely think that the point of being halfway through is to accelerate. The deadline is extremely useful and imaginative. And, you know, this year we're talking a lot about, I don't know if you sort of know all about Mia Motley and her Bridgetown agenda and the idea that the multilateral development bank should, as it were, you know, they've been saving our money for a rainy day, it's raining, that they should perhaps reapply, that they should lend at better rates. There are a lot of things that happen at COP which are really putting stresses and demands on companies to report back how their behavior is affecting all the climate issues. I think we have to be strong, hold to the initiatives, as it were, wherever it can be, sort of enforce the SDGs, because the amount of suffering in the world, and particularly now with climate, the prospect of our children's lives being spoiled by climate issues, it's always been unthinkable. The death of any child unnecessarily through health, water, education, all of these things are unthinkable. So I think we have to take the tools that we have and go with them and really, you know, aggressively act in order to get there by 2030.
I feel very galvanised. And you, High Commissioner?
We have no
choice.
Planet B.
Oh, I love that.
So I think that's so you need to have, I mean, I think you mentioned it. One of the big advantages of the Sustainable Development Agenda is precisely that it is interdependent, and these are all nice words, but it actually covers, if you like, governance or the way that we interact among each other, with each other, and with the planet and with the environment in a very comprehensive, holistic way. We all know that we fall back into silo, fragmented thinking. What it does, it puts forward a holistic blueprint. We also know that businesses and member states during the COVID pandemic, when we had this global shock, did much better if they had basically oriented their own practices around the SDGs. And that actually is going to be a very strong case to make, because the compelling case is those who have embodied in one way or another in their business practices, in their governance, the SDGs have done much better, despite the fact that they were hit with a global shock.
In traditional performance terms.
In traditional performance terms, but also in terms of sustainability.
Yes.
I mean, we have a lot of businesses that didn't survive
the
pandemic, and let's not forget that. So
Yes.
it's important to bear that in mind as well.
Thank you, High Commissioner. Now, Jen, I'd like to bring you into the conversation now, if I may. RED has a wonderful mission to eliminate the virus HIV. As President and COO of RED, you experience the impact of SDG's health and well-being goals every single day. You've seen where the goals are successful and where we still need to do much work, especially in light of the pandemic. I think that's quite acute. Can you bring the impact of the goals to life for us from your perspective?
Well, first I want to, thank you, Zaras. I have a very loud voice, so I have to just manage for that. But I want to first thank you as a partner of RED. Salesforce has been an incredible supporter of our mission and giving us opportunities like this to talk about it. We're extremely grateful for. So I just want to start with a quick thank you. From RED's perspective, it's interesting because many of you may not know, but RED was actually launched back in 2006 by Bono and Bobby Shriver right here on this mountaintop. And I like to say that RED is the best thing that's ever come out of Davos, but I'm probably a little bit biased. But from our perspective, what we're really looking at is, as we've talked about, there's really no shortage of crises. Every day there's a different crisis. And while HIV may not be in the headlines anymore, it is still a crisis. COVID is certainly still a crisis. Yeah. And people are really, really tired of talking about it. RED's been doing this for almost 17 years. And I think from our perspective, we're generating money for the Global Fund. It is all about getting the check, not to be crude, but that's what we're here for, is to bring the private sector in and get the money. But we also have to create urgency. And it's not easy. When there's a new crisis every day, everybody sort of thinks that HIV is solved. COVID, we're just going to live with forever. And I think from our perspective, we've got to get companies in to make sure the world gives a hoot. And so we have to always be coming up with new ways of doing that. And so, whether it's a gaming tournament, we started by Bono and Oprah going down Michigan Avenue and shopping at Gap and the Apple Store and everything else. That's all great. But I'm not sure how many people are going into malls. I don't know, there's probably somebody here that could tell us that. But we've got to find new ways of engaging not only just customers, but leadership and employees, and getting people to care about the company they work for because they know their company is making a change. And so when I look at the SDGs, there's obviously not one specific to our mission. I am very focused, and we are very focused on our mission, but we have got to get the private sector in here and doing it and helping us get there, and helping us create that urgency. And I think we're now living in a very different world than when RED was created. I feel like the world has the attention span of a gnat, right? You read a headline today and it's this huge crisis, and then 10 days later, everybody's like, wait, what? It's an impossible world to be marketers, and all of us at RED are marketers. We like to say that we bring in the most creative minds for the world's poorest people, and that is what RED is all about. And so we are here to make sure that, our mission is all about making treatable and preventable actually treatable and preventable for everyone. And Richard, you talked about injustice, and I think there is an inherent injustice to that. The fact that you can not get access to treatment when you live in a certain part of the world, but yet you can get it at the local CVS in New York City, that is just inherently wrong. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that the world sees that. If you're tired of talking about HIV and COVID, help us understand how easy it is to solve this. We know how to do this. We have the tools. We just need the energy, and we cannot take our foot off the gas. So when it comes to the SDGs, I think, that applies to all of them, but specifically for our mission at RED.
Wonderful. And is there anything you want to ask? If there's
one I want everybody in here to be a RED partner, first of all. Thank you. Follow the lead of Salesforce. I think getting everybody has a role to play. It doesn't matter. I've been at RED for a very long time, and people think, like at Gap, okay, but I don't have a product. That's okay. Salesforce doesn't necessarily have a product. We partner, we find different ways of partnering. And so we as creative thinkers like to say, tell us what your business challenge is, and we'll come to you with ways that RED can help you. We know how to do this. And so that's what we've been very focused on most recently.
Well, I'm expecting you to be inundated once you come off this stage.
Exactly.
So
let's hope so. We're open for business, guys.
Brilliant. And speaking of business, and thank you for teeing me up. So let's switch to the role of business now for a second. And Richard, I'm going to come to you. Why we've got great business leaders in the room amongst many other types of leaders and fabulous people, but why is it important for businesses to get behind these goals? We heard from the High Commissioner about those in the pandemic that really focused on the SDGs, performed better in the traditional sense, and of course in terms of climate journey. But what's your perspective on that?
Well, I mean, this for me has been the great benign shock and surprise and education of the SDGs. Again, it sounds as though doing Live Aid was horrible, which it was. But it was impossible to engage businesses. That I remember trying and ended up in a room with 5 grumpy men in suits who accused us of open communism in our dreams of ending poverty. And yet, this is completely transformed. And I've heard the Secretary General say that businesses are doing really better than countries and politicians in many cases on the SDGs. And I do think that there has been, a complete sea change. And when you think it through, it's impossible to imagine that you could make aggressive, lasting, positive change without business, who supply most of the jobs in the world and circulate most of the money in the world and are responsible for many of the bad things and many of the good things. So the involvement of business, we just last night had a meeting called the Business Avengers, which is a whole cluster of 12 key big businesses, all talking about what they're doing for sustainability. And it's startling to me to, as it were, have someone from Accenture on one side and someone from Unilever on the other side and hear the kind of comprehensive passion with which they're discussing sustainability is absolutely key to their futures. And I remember having a lot of conversations with Mark Carney and him saying that sustainability was the greatest, as it were, investment opportunity since the Industrial Revolution. And people say in that business there is sort of 12 trillion profit to be made, and saying that the greatest risk to business now is not a slight drop in share price, but being found out caught in doing hypocritical things in the face of promises that they have made. So, I mean, it's been a really astonishing change, and one of which, I'm so thrilled because it's so, and it comes at the same time also as a kind of growing consumer revolution in terms of younger people. I think it's a very exciting younger generation. I can only crack a third of the jokes I'd like to crack because I'm somehow offending one of my 4 children in one way or another. But, they are starting to really look at where their money's going. And there was a very interesting example where Unilever advertised for the same job, once stressing the perks and the other stressing the sustainability and, as it were, moral qualifications. And they got many more offers, many more people applying because of, as it were, their determination to do good things. So I do think there is, as it were, money there. There's a desperate need for businesses to set an example. I'm very aware that governments listen more to businesses than they do, as it were, to charities. So I think it's, and then, the main thing is that it is the right thing to do, and I would just say, people find themselves in a position of responsibility often which they did not expect. And I think many people who went to work for large businesses went at a time where the focus was more on the shareholders than the stakeholders, but they suddenly find themselves, as it were, to be the necessary heroes of this generation. And that responsibility is being taken very seriously and exploited very profitably. So for me, it's the biggest, as it were, growth area and most necessary area of the SDGs.
And it appears that transparency on all fronts is at the heart of many leaders' agendas. It's what people demand. And one phrase I heard from, I think, the person that was sat next to you at the dinner last night, he said, people want the clothes will be off. The clothes will be taken off businesses, and you better be buff. You better,
What a terrible thought.
it's a
I hope they're not taken off panelists. That would be a disaster.
No, definitely not. But to your point, people are demanding transparency, and businesses need to step up and provide that and be sincere in their efforts. And that brings me very nicely to Oren. Don't worry, we're not going to take your clothes off. But you have founded a brilliant company. You founded Flock Freight 7 years ago, the same year that the goals were launched. And Flock Freight has an innovative, sustainable business model. Can you tell us more about your business and that model? Tell us about this.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. It's a privilege to be on this panel. Realizing now as sort of the representative of the private for-profit sector up here, before I explain briefly what Flock does, I think what's critical for the private sector is to make sustainability both profitable and frictionless.
Yeah.
I don't know that the world is quite there yet to always do the right thing, particularly if it's difficult or expensive. So something that we're really proud about at Flock is inherent in our model is as we scale our business, we scale sustainable solutions. So Flock in the United States does algorithmic carpooling of freight. I can't think of anything that's seemingly sort of less sexy than moving palletized freight and manufactured goods. But the reality is the supply chain is the second largest cause of greenhouse gas. And we're working on that voraciously. There's a tragic little known fact that about every other truck you see on the highways in the US, and it's a similar conundrum here in Europe, about every other truck's only half full. There are reasons why that sort of made sense, largely in that there wasn't an alternative. With Flock, we find and fill. We go to customers and we create a ride-share solution or an algorithmic carpool solution where we can combine many different customers' shipments together. We do it seamlessly, transparently, and in doing so, we, for the first time, allow a shipper, a manufacturer, to simply buy the amount of space that they need. It's kind of seemingly obvious that, of course, this is the way freight would move. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And quite frankly, you're going to burn almost exactly the same amount of diesel fuel, create the same amount of carbon if a truck is half full or completely full. Fortunately, and inherent and core to our business model is that the manufacturers, the Unilevers of the world, are paying for the entire truck even though they're only getting it half full, 2/3 full. They know this. Nobody feels great about it. It's financially wasteful. We've adopted the term sustainability to mean both environmentally sustainable as well as financially sustainable. And in coupling those concepts together, we've had a lot of success, a lot of traction in again, making sustainability both profitable as well as frictionless for our customers.
And your model embodies a way in which one of the goals and many associated ones could be accelerated. You know, the achievement of them could be accelerated. Did you know that when you started your business?
Yeah, I think I've always been obsessed with the idea of waste and how inefficient that is, almost gamifying it as a business. I've also benefited in my life personally, and I've brought that into the business of various forcing functions. And this is where I think whether it's the NGOs, the regulatory agencies, can be incredibly powerful. You know, in the US, the SEC is now mandating transparency over emissions for publicly listed companies. So the Fortune 500, the Fortune 5000 now have to put that data out there and give the consumer a choice to say, do I want product A or product B? Whether it's a Scope 3 emissions. So driving those companies to partner with firms like Flock and others that can help make them more sustainably efficient has been very helpful. We've also, to my knowledge, we're the only one in freight. We're a certified B Corp or Public Benefits Corp. So there's an empirical scoring mechanism that says you must meet this criteria. You have to provide the data. In our case, it's on the CO2 emissions. And that's driven our culture. And I'm not above admitting it keeps us honest. You know, we're a venture-backed business. We're for-profit. We have to hit enormous scaling targets in a world where, things have gotten challenging in the pre-IPO world. It does not allow us to lose our way. It's the talent we recruit. It's part of our mission. Again, we're held accountable to that. And it has been a fantastic accelerant of the business as we continually align and realign. Our customers are largely, sort of Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000 shippers in the United States. And they're, whether it's sustainability or ESG targets, they do ebb and flow, unfortunately. I'm not so sure that everybody's exactly on the same page yet. I think of it as, it's like almost scaling. If we attempt to do between now and 2030 exponentially, we won't get there. It actually needs to be polynomially. We need to accelerate. We need to be getting faster and faster as we work toward these targets. I tend to be, there's no plan B as well. I'm not so sure it's healthy to think, if this doesn't go the way that I want. I'm much more of a, we just have to find a way. Yeah. But again, my experience has been, we have to make it easy and we have to make it profitable. People will do the right thing, again, if it fits the way they do business.
Yeah. And being purpose-led, I don't know if you call yourself that, but being purpose-led, and you heard the stat just now from Richard, that achieving the goals is worth much, much money to businesses, 12 trillion in fact. That's the number that's been banded around. Do you think the market and investors get it?
Oof.
Don't be shy.
I think they get it. I'm unconvinced it drives the decision making, if I'm honest. I certainly wish, as a purpose-led organization, we call ourselves missionaries, not mercenaries. We know what we're playing for. We want to make a difference. Flock is a group of incredibly talented folks. I'm in awe of them every day. They could choose to work anywhere. They don't have to work at Flock. They could work someplace else. They could work at Red. Fortunately, they've decided that Flock is a home for them. So we're very passionate about the mission. But whether it's the investor community, we're a venture-backed business, so we've been out there raising capital or working with middle market and enterprise customers in the United States. It is still, unfortunately, a world where they will ask if we can help them with ESG compliance. We say absolutely, carbon offset, carbon neutralization, not just by buying, because the whole offset world can be a little gross, quite frankly. Our business model, literally, if you take a half-full truck and you fill it up and you burn the same amount of diesel, that's real, tangible, measurable sustainability outcomes. The conversation often ends in, that's great, we need to make sure, though, that this isn't going to cost us anything. Now, on the one hand, I think that's fair and fine. In fact, we choose to believe that's a competitive differentiator for us, that we can go to market, not cost anybody anything additional, if not save them money, in order to create these outcomes. But my experience is that we're not necessarily quite yet living in a private sector that says we will pay for these more sustainable outcomes.
Just very quickly, another part of our work at Project Everyone is we have a organization called Make My Money Matter, which has been focusing on sustainable pensions. And that's another example of the SDGs in action, because when you talk to pension holders and explain that their money may be in fossil fuels, cigarettes, pornography, gambling, and they've got a choice, and they could be supporting the best sustainable businesses. That is what the consumer wants. And during the course of the last 2 years within the UK, 1.3 trillion of pension money has transferred from the open market into net zero pensions. And that is money which is being invested by the pension companies. So as it were, there is a transfer of wealth and priorities going on. They're still expecting the same returns. And those pensions, by the way, have actually recently performed better than traditional rather than otherwise. But it is a shift, as it were, in the priorities of capital and investment.
And it's wonderful to see and meaningful for so many of us that do invest in pensions. So it's heartening to hear that. I'm going to come back to money, actually. Get my fun soon. Sorry, Richard. But Jennifer, I just want to give you one last moment here to give an impassioned plea to businesses. I think you deserve it, because we still need money. We still need money. We still need much needed money into research that looks at the link between climate and tropical, zoonotic, all kinds of diseases. If you had the 5 grumpy men in front of you that Richard referred to earlier, what would you say to them?
Well, I think I have had those men in front of me before. They're still out there. Yeah, I think it is. I think, Richard, actually, I was going to add to what you had mentioned. It is really important for companies. I don't know, it sounds so cliche to do the right thing. But millennials and the next generation, they really are checking. And so, if you want your business, depending on what business you're in, to continue to have the loyalty of your customers, you've got to demonstrate the impact that you're making. And I think from a Red perspective, what we're always focused on, in addition to getting the money, is making sure our partners get credit for what they're doing. And so, whether that's leadership, whether that's your employees, giving them, I often tell the story about one of our partners in the financial industry. And when we started partnering with them, I think the financial industry has gone through a tough time. They've done incredibly positive things. But I think given the tough times, they often, if you're an employee of this company and you go to a cocktail party, I don't know that you're the proudest thing to say that, you're working in a company that helped with the financial meltdown. But I think as those companies come through it, you want to give their employees a shot in the arm and something to say, I'm really proud to work here. And so I think sometimes we forget about that. Our employees of our companies, the customers who are always looking for it, and the leadership who's making it all happen. I mean, Mark Benioff has been at the forefront of this, but every company should have a leader like that, that is out there and making sure that the companies are not just out there talking about it. We have a thing at Red, we don't ever want to make anything look red washed, right? You got to be in this for the right reason. We're here to help drive your business forward, but we're also here to make an impact. But we want to make sure we're doing both of those things at the same time. And I think we've got the right team to do that, so we want to make sure we're doing more of it. So as I said, we'd love to have everybody here be a Red partner, as we say every year at Davos. So yeah, I would love to talk more about that with anybody that's interested.
Brilliant, thank you, Jen. So Richard, coming back to money. You talked about, clearly you talked about the pensions and the 1.2 trillion that are pivoted to better funds, better causes. And so I guess the point here is the money in that sense has been put in the right place, but perhaps that isn't the case the world over. So, you are an activist in ethical finance. And so what are the few things we could do to find the money to achieve the goals?
It depends who the we is. Not that I really understand it deeply, and I'm sure you have a better sense of it. But I do think that the idea that the multilateral development banks, which were developed to deal with a crisis, the World Bank in 1947, in a completely different world. And when you hear Mia Mottley saying that, I believe Britain paid off its World War II debts in 2012 because there'd been so much forgiveness and so much patience. And yet she said, I'm borrowing money at 3 times the return and I've got to give it back in 3 years. So I have to, in the same way as with businesses, you have to say, take up this challenge, you will know what it actually means to you. I do think that it feels like a time where we should look at and recalibrate, as it were, international banking. And I do think that is going to be the focus, as it were, to free the funds this year. That does feel, businesses operate within the context of rolling money, but as it were, governments' aid is a tough one to ask all the time for more of it. We've seen it in the UK. The government haven't been able to hold to their promises. So I think, and that's one of the things about the SDG, it causes you to look elsewhere. But it feels to me as though the people who are in charge of the most serious and largest bulks of money have to rise to the occasion, have to understand that, as it were, it's not all about the West, that it's all about, just as the developing countries are developing towards success and towards, financial blossoming. So it feels to me, without really, knowing how it is to be done, that is a huge area of focus.
Redraw the map, essentially. Hi, Commissioner.
No, I just want to come in on this because you mentioned Mia Mottley and the Bridgetown Initiative, which is really a very important one to consider, and it comes out of the experience of small island developing countries, but also a lot of the countries in the global south that have suffered enormously during COVID. And I don't think anyone quite realizes how much, because their budget space has really decreased for some of the fundamentals that you would expect them to be able to deliver on education, healthcare, and so forth. Just to give you one example, Papua New Guinea. We had many discussions about how to change the gender dynamic within the country, because horrible violence against women, which is unfortunately quite rampant. But if you actually think long term, how do you want to invest to change some of those things? You actually have to invest massively into education, you have to have massively into health. We looked at the budget that the country has during COVID and before COVID, during COVID and post-COVID. What they can spend on education and health has shrunk by at least 10 to 20%.
Just feels wrong.
So then you go to the international financial institutions and you make the strong cases we have done in the UN, and in particular the Secretary General, essentially calling the financial architecture dysfunctional because of the way it was created, no longer fit for purpose for the 21st century. We had huge issues. It took a long time to get the special drawing rights for liquidity issues. It took a long time to have another look at debt, because the reason why P&G is not able to have more funding available is because their debt has gone up. I mean, their debt repayment has gone up. So we have dysfunctional systems at the international financial level that need to be fixed. So the Bridgetown Initiative is very brave Prime Minister of Barbados who pushes it, and I mean, certainly from the multilateral side, we are fully supportive of it, because we know that we need to wake up from these crises and actually come back with a much better system that is a multi-stakeholder one, that includes, in particular, the private sector and businesses, because that's the only way to actually achieve some of the things that we want to achieve on the SDGs.
The way the businesses are going to be more happy to invest is if they can have some matching funding from institutions, isn't it? So it's absolutely crucial to allow expansion to develop.
Thank you so much. I have one last question for you all before we wrap up and hand it over to the audience for questions. Do we have time? Charlotte's nodding. Yes, very good. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your wonderful perspectives, and definitely I've come away invigorated with a sense of urgency, that rallying cry, and so inspired. But I have one last question, and if you could sum it up in one phrase or sentence, even better. Why is stakeholder value as important as shareholder value? I'll come to you first, Oren.
It was discussed earlier about the differences in perspective between consumers and the firm. I think for sustainability to really take a foothold, it's going to be bottom up. I think it's going to be consumers driving that behavior, making choices based on transparent data that's available to them. And I think they're going to be one of the most important, if not the most important stakeholder that's ultimately going to drive all of us on the private sector side to make better choices.
Love that. So consumer-driven, bottom-up,
Yeah.
change makers. Jenna.
Yeah, so I think from a RED perspective, it's important to just remind ourselves who are our stakeholders and who are our shareholders, right? Because RED's a little bit different of a different model. I would say our shareholders are our partners, so companies like Salesforce, Bank of America, Apple, and others. But really, our stakeholders are the people that we serve on the ground, and those are human lives. And I think we have to just, from us at RED, that's what we go to work every day to think about. Is our stakeholders are important, but if our shareholders, our partners, are not getting out of it what they need to, they're not going to continue. This has to be a win-win for the partners and the companies that are investing in RED and investing in these programs. But at the end of the day, we have to remember there's a lot of jargon, a lot of numbers and everything else. These are human lives, and they are suffering from, as I was saying before, a treatable and preventable disease just because of where they live. And so we have to remind ourselves that the stakeholders that we have are the most important. And we need all of our shareholders and our partners to see that. And it's opportunities like this that are helping us
Real
get
people,
there.
real
So
lives.
thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Jen. Richard?
I think the fundamental argument is in the end they'll be the same.
Yep.
That the shareholders will benefit from focusing on the stakeholders. The expense of climate change, I mean, you look at the pandemic, which has cost 17 trillion already. I remember Paul Polman said to me that doing all the SDGs is less expensive than failing to do any single one of them. The loss to the world from the lack of gender equality in terms of earning and productivity capacity. So actually the shareholders will benefit from understanding that the stakeholders that is the world, and particularly a world affected by better rather than worse climate, it's going to turn out to be the same thing, and the shareholders' benefits will shrink if we do not reach the SDGs.
So true, so true. And High Commissioner.
Future is non-binary. We should get rid of any binary thinking, and that is part of, frankly, also the lessons that we have learned from the COVID pandemic, because it showed that we're all interdependent and that we can't divide up the world in little boxes and think that that's the way to go.
Yeah, otherwise we'll perish as fools, as Martin Luther King said in honour of
Yes.
MLK Day yesterday. Thank you so much. We're going to turn over to the audience, and this is my favourite part because it means Barclay has to run around. Where is Barclay? So he didn't get to the gym this morning, so you are his exercise. So we want some nice questions and spread around the room so that he gets to all of you. The gentleman in the front here, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much to the panel. My name's Alex. I'm from a non-profit in memory of Princess Diana. We empower young change makers across the world. But I'm also a goalkeeper, which Richard's very involved with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And they're a group of amazing activists that are really accelerating progress around the goals. And a lot of them are quite young as well, younger than me. So my question to the panel is, how are you going to tap into the younger generation, and what are each of you doing to make sure that goalkeepers or inspiring young people are part of the conversation and helping to accelerate progress?
Brilliant question. Who wants to take that?
I'll take one. You know, it's interesting. I've got 2 teenagers, and, you know, I think that it's safe to say that HIV is not something that's impacted their lives in New York City. And so we've got to go where they are, at least from a Red perspective. So we've got to stay on top of the places that they are, whether we're talking to them, whether that's TikTok or whatever, and giving them ways to engage. And then we've got to go to brands that are focused on millennials. We've got to go to, you know, I think it's fair to say that every, you know, late teen is playing gaming in some sort. It might be online gaming, mobile gaming, it might be sports. So from our perspective, that's where we need to go. We need to go where they are. We need to hit them at their passion points, and that's where creativity comes in. We've got to find ideas that they want to engage with and see what's going on. You know, we saw the Travis Scott Fortnite thing. Is there something we can do in that world? So from a Red perspective, we're very much focused on that. And making sure that we're giving them ways to engage with companies and putting them in that space.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in awe of my daughter, less so of my son, who's no, he's just very naughty. But you know, she's an activist on subjects of on feminism and mental health, and I think they are going to be, the more we can include them and the more you can provide them with tools. I was talking yesterday to someone who's working on a tool which literally, when you're in the high street and you're deciding whether to shop in this store or that store, you will actually find out what their sustainability ESG record is. You can just, it'll be an obvious and clear piece of data. So providing them with tools, but obviously actually listening to and empowering them. And all of the most interesting new charities that are springing up under the tutelage of startlingly young, determined, single-minded people. This younger generation has much better priorities than ours did. I mean, it's startling how little we cared and how much the younger generation now cares.
High Commissioner?
Well, I was at a meeting of the Committee on the Rights of the Child yesterday, which is, as you know, the committee that oversees the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I was so pleased because we had a 16-year-old climate activist from Greenland who, in great detail, explained to the committee, based on an advisory group that she has been leading, what she expects when they actually come up with the drafting of a comment, of a general comment, on climate and the rights of children. And I found it stunning that she would go into all these details of the law, actually, as a 16-year-old, and be able to contribute in this way. And I think it's not just listening, it's meaningful participation and engagement.
Truly inspiring. Great question, Alex. I think the lady over there had her hand up.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the panel. It was a great way to start the day. My name is Robin Hodis. I'm with the B team, It's an initiative of business and civil society leaders working to catalyze a very ambitious agenda around climate and environment and social issues. And Mark Benioff is one of the B team leaders. I think following on the last question, I'd always add the engagement with youth is a really critical aspect, and one can think of the adage of nothing about us without us. So really getting those participation from young people. I wanted to ask Oren this morning, I hope you're not feeling too lonely with the work you're doing. And I guess the question is to you and to Salesforce and to other businesses in the room. Many companies are on this journey, and whether it's climate or workplace equality or other issues. But I guess my question is, how better can you use your voices to support this agenda? So not only in what you're doing, but how you're acting publicly and working with other companies and with government. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it can be a little lonely at times, but that's all right. I think we have to scream it from the mountaintops. Again, for us, being able to point to things like B Corp certification, being able to point to being a public benefits corp, the sustainability messaging, but something we talk about a lot as related to the average age of a flocker starts with a 2, not a 3. We preach. That's probably the wrong word. We discuss openly the comfort of profitability and sustainability. I really feel strongly that that could be polarizing, and I'm not sure why. I think that if the more comfortable we get with building profitable businesses that we can bring to scale, that can be transformative and drive much, much greater sustainability outcomes, the better off we all are and the faster we get to these objectives. So you can imagine all these startups out there, all these technology companies, all these firms, sort of whether they're bootstrapping or bringing in outside capital, to the degree that they had a significant anchor in their mission around sustainability, I think we'd all be better off. The pursuit of profit allows us to do so autonomously, allows us to do so in a financially independent way, not only so that we're not reliant upon outside kind of giving, but I'd like to think it also allows those dollars to flow to organizations like RED and others that are really worthy and need that capital, allowing us to focus on building a financially sustainable business as well as environmentally sustainable. And it never ceases to amaze me. I have the opportunity to go into a college classroom or a business school and talk about that, and there's that really passionate young audience that says, well, if you care about making money, you don't care about sustainability. And I would say, well, there's like 600 flockers that would argue that vigorously and say that we can and in my opinion should pursue both of those things. It can be a tricky balance. It's one of the benefits of being, we have venture capitalists, the biggest firms in the world that are our insiders, and they were completely supportive. So this is inspiring to the previous question of our transition to being a public benefits corp, because there's a line in there that says something along the lines of the board of directors cannot insist that management prioritize profits over purpose. That took a pretty big amount of trust in our board on behalf of the management team. It was a 5-minute conversation. I mean, it really wasn't a big deal. A couple of attorneys, a couple of dollars spent on it, but we were able to make that transition, understanding that sustainability can be very good for business and ultimately drive a differentiated product. It's good for the world. We say, doing well by doing good.
If I may comment on Salesforce, and I know some of you will be familiar with Salesforce and know it, but those of you that do know it, and perhaps those that don't, we are a values-driven. We were founded on values. We're a values-driven organization. Trust, customer success, innovation, and equality. And last year we added sustainability to it, not because it was a new thing. I mean, we set out on our sustainability journey, I think, 2011. And so since its inception, it underpins everything we do, how we operate, the policies we have, how we interact with each other, how we interact with government, how we interact with our customers, most importantly, and all of our stakeholders. And we have this concept of the 1-1-1 model. So right from the beginning, even when profits perhaps smaller than they are today, we give 1% of our time, our money, and our product to to organisations, people that need it. And I think since its inception 23 years ago now, I think we've given over something like 1.6 billion in terms of grants, really aimed at the education sector mainly. We've clocked up, I think as of the beginning of this year, 7 million volunteering hours, which is extraordinary, right? And I'm really proud to work for an organisation that is so values-driven and puts our money, our product and our heart where, you know, our mouth is. If I think about sustainability for a second, our sustainability journey started, I think, when Mark declared the need to be 100% renewable and net zero, I think 2011. And what was great is that we didn't actually know how to do that. He didn't know how to do that. And I think fast forward now, I think 2017, we offered a carbon neutral product. Last year, we announced we were 100% renewable, completely carbon neutral. And of course, we're not there, we're not finished. We've still got our Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions to work through, but we're over halfway there. I think in terms of helping others with that mission, there are two things. One, we have a product called Net Zero Cloud that was not intended to be a product. It was created to help ourselves with our own financial reporting. And this Net Zero Cloud just enabled a bit more transparency around carbon capture, scenario modelling, and now it offers carbon trading capabilities. The second thing is we recognise that much of our customer base are small to medium enterprises, those organisations that can't afford perhaps a sustainability officer and can't really pivot their businesses. And so we've captured our lessons learned, including our failures, in what we call our Climate Action Report. And that is really geared to helping other businesses learn from our journey. So they are the small ways in which we can help. And I guess the last thing I would say is, I don't think any of this would have come about had it not been for our employees and our workforce. They are an active, very vocal workforce that change the direction of the company without even realising it. When we tested the opportunity of launching an NFT cloud, there was such a backlash from our employee population around the sustainability of some of the blockchain usage. And within 3 weeks, I was sat there in our board of advisors, our European board of advisors, presenting. I didn't present it, but the team presented a revised NFT with the ability to choose the blockchain to be utilised based on the sustainability dimension. So that all came from employees being so vocal in Slack, and actually, Mark and the team listening. So a wonderful organisation to work with. Barclay, you don't have to wrap. Oh, we have to wrap.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, we have to
Can we not just have one more? Just one.
The gentleman in the back was the last question.
Oh.
All right.
We'll answer a short one too.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is. Thank you very much for hosting this event. My name is Pascal Bielefeld. I'm heading up a new initiative called the Global Partnership for Assistive Technology, and I want to put on the table something that you've talked a lot about this morning, rightly so, sustainability. One fundamental concept about the SDGs that we haven't really talked about is leave no one behind. And I just want to I would love to get your thoughts on that. In particular, there's this massive injustice today related to leaving no one behind. And one statistics, in low and middle income countries, less than 10% of people who need basic assistive technology, eyeglasses, hearing aids, wheelchairs, prosthetics, do not have access to it. It's unaffordable, it's inaccessible, governments aren't paying for it, nobody's paying attention to this. I know there's a lot going on and there are a lot of priorities, but it seems so difficult to get this on the agenda, to get people to pay attention to this. What can we do, I'd love your advice, to really get people to think about inclusion in everything that we do? It cuts across the SDGs, all the SDGs, and we can't achieve the SDGs if we don't have inclusion. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Well, actually, the human rights framework is exactly the response to what you are saying, because, in fact, I don't like very much this phrase, leaving no one behind. I prefer to think more of inclusivity from an age, gender, and diversity perspective, which includes, and I like what you just said, because it actually comes from the disability communities, nothing about us without us. And we need to make sure that we look at, I guess, whatever you call them, stakeholders, shareholders, populations, people, whatever, as not as a homogeneous thing, that no one differentiates, but actually as incredibly colorful, diverse, and really thinking through from different age groups, from a gender perspective, from a diversity perspective. I mean, from the perspective of disabilities, older people, LGBTIQ+, minority groups, indigenous groups. What is it? People who are incarcerated, by the way, as well, and that's a very sensitive topic. But I mean, basically all segments of society, what they contribute, how can we ensure that their contribution is actually meaningful and contributes to this broader sustainability agenda. So it's not so much about leaving no one behind, it's making sure that we include everyone.
Thank you, Volker. I just need Barclay to tell me, have I got time for one very short... Oh, no, he's cutting. I'm so sorry.
Come over, and if I
can
be useful, we'll gather round.
Thank you. I'm getting the... And he's going to pull me off the stage in a second. So thank you to our wonderful panellists.
Thank you so
to
much.
you. And I'm sure you'll be able to...
I love the energy of the second day of World Economic Forum. Let's see if the last day is the same. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this session on Common Ground in Impact Investing. We know that you have so many choices going on, so we really appreciate that you stay with us the next hour and a half. First of all, we would like to thank the Intent for hosting us, the team for making this session possible, and to Fred for co-creating this session with us. My name is Adela Villanueva. I'm the co-founder of the Impact Office. We are a group of single-family offices aligning purpose and profit, and I will be your moderator for today's session. We decided to talk about common ground in impact investing because, as you might feel, the whole ecosystem of impact investing is a little bit crowded, messy, and a little bit noisy. We have many experts popping up every day talking about different things with multiple ways of doing impact investing. And unfortunately, that is not always serving the deployment of capital for good. So if we really want to achieve and accelerate and meet the SDGs and deploy the capital towards those SDGs, we really need to work together and act together as a community and look for solutions that they are common to us. I'm thinking, yes, solutions that they are common to us and that they can help us really to remove all the obstacles that we have because we have all the common goal of deploying capital for good. So that's why we brought these amazing panelists coming from different streams of impact who maybe might help us to find common ground. So before we start, I wanted to introduce you our super panelists, fantastic panelists here. Lina Konstantinovich, founder and CEO of Innovation 4.0, John from Uplink, World Economic Forum, Fred Hoffman from MAVA Foundation, Alice de Tognac, co-founder and CEO of Seed Stars, and Rupesh Matlani, co-founder and Global Sustainable Capital Management. So welcome, everyone. Before we start the conversation, I wanted to ask you all who think that we should find common ground of impact investing. Please raise your hand. Okay, a lot. Who think that we can find common ground for impact investing? Not so many. Okay, wonderful. This is very fun. So before we start, we would like to really walk the talk and try to find some common ground together first. So we would like to set up the basis on what is impact, because we talk about impact investing. So what is impact in impact investing? For that, we would like you also to participate. So we have a Slido here. Please think about the first word that comes to your mind when you think about impact investing. What is it that first word? So if you guys can put the Slido here, that will be super cool. Please scan your code or just go into slido.com with this number and just tell us what is the first word that comes to your mind. in the meantime that we are pulling that word cloud, it's okay say it bad words, you don't need to be positive. If you want to do the big wall, whatever, go ahead and say it. So I'm going to ask you the same question, guys. So what is your future? Okay, and we'll be, oh, beautiful, very positive. Come on, guys, say the truth, say what you have in your heart. So what about you guys? What do you think? What is impact investing for you? And I would like also if you can give a little introduction about what is the role that you are playing in this ecosystem of impact investing.
Sure. So this reminds me my first day in graduate school in 2006 in MBA in sustainable management. We were asked to, each of us, define what is sustainability. And in a room of 50, we had 50 different definitions. So I have a feeling that might be the case today as well with defining impact. So for me, all the work we do is from a systems perspective. So my definition of impact reflects that, which is intervening in our current systems as they are to change those outcomes towards the better for all and in alignment with nature. So very much about addressing systems rather than singular issues in a disconnected way.
Okay.
Oh, and a little bit about myself. I've been an investor and a partner in a couple of impact funds. I founded a nonprofit called Innovation 4.4 that works on the building the connective tissue and providing interventions that accelerate the deployment of solutions that matter. And Innovation 4.4 stands for innovation aligned with 4.4 billion years of our planetary systems. I also serve on a few other global boards that work on systems change and addressing challenges from a systems perspective.
Super. Thank you so much. John, what is impact for you?
What is impact? Thank you. My name is John Dutton. I'm the head of Uplink at the World Economic Forum. Uplink is the open innovation platform that the forum has put together. 3 years we mark this week that we've been around. Why is it important for us to have this innovation platform? We're looking to source, support, and scale people and planet-focused entrepreneurs and funds. And so for us, impact is really at the heart of what we're doing. We've built a impact measurement framework around about 33 SDG indicators linked to the IRIS framework that we've been building, and I guess the word that comes to mind is measurable change. I think that's the important part. We're able to actually see how are entrepreneurs, how are investors able to get behind change, and where they're able to do so, we can actually measure that. So for us, that's really important. And while I have the mic, I'll just give a quick shout out to some of the Uplink top innovators. I saw Chloris, whereas Florian is here, Geospatial, some of the funds that are here with us, Luca from Uniterra, I saw, and maybe there's some others. But thank you very much for having us here.
Thank you. Fred, what is impact and impact investing for you?
Yeah, it's a good question, actually, and that's, I guess, why we're all here, because we're not really sure what the answer to that is. But yeah, so my name is Fred Hoffman, and I spend most of my time sitting between philanthropy and investing spaces. So this is a kind of question that we're confronted with very often. In particular, the question is about how do you build organizations or interventions which are generating value that's shareable, value that's regenerative, value that's not necessarily privatizable. And that's, I think, the big contradiction with what I'd see as traditional investing, which is investing to privatize returns. So for me, this question around impact investing, what it actually means is honestly quite problematic, because I'm frustrated that the idea that you can invest for no impact, and I think that's also a bit of a misnomer. There'll always be impact, negative and positive. So I'm just looking at some of the words that come up here. Surprising to see circularity is the big one, because I'd say that's one of the themes within impact investing or within investing in general. But actually the first one that jumped to my mind was no stupid benchmarks, and I want to highlight that. There's a lot of stupid benchmarks, but also I want to just underline the idea that there are a lot of benchmarks, none of them are stupid, a lot of them are very subjective, and I think the reason why people engage in investing for impact is very subjective. It's the idea that you can do better with capital. So I'd maybe update that a little bit with many subjective benchmarks, not no stupid benchmarks, but that's my not direct answer.
Okay, super. Thank you for the not direct answer. I like it.
Hi, everyone. So I think for me, the word that comes to mind when I think of impact is intention. And why? Because impact investing is an investment where there is the intention to make a positive and measurable impact on society and environment, whilst also alongside having financial return. And I think it's as good as intention. That's why I'm not sure of a common ground, and I'm not sure of one standard that fits all, but there needs to be the intention of having accountability, and frameworks help for that. There needs to be the intention that the people you recruit, the team you're part of, the investments that you make, your investees have the intention to grow. And when they identify potential perverse effects, when they identify difficult, those tough decisions, those tough conversations where profit and purpose are put in tension, they are able, with their process, with their board, with their investors, to navigate and make the right decision. So we aim towards a better world. So intention is really, for me, what is truest to what is it that I do. And at SeedStars, we've been for the past 10 years investing in emerging markets, young entrepreneurs, technology-driven, because we felt like technology, entrepreneurship, and this, what we, so people still call the rest of the world, which is very much the center of the world, it could be a great kind of movement to be able to do impact and scale. And so through our funds, we have a very strong kind of approach of also expecting return financially. But we also have other activities where we know the risk is higher. It's more long-term. It's R&D and figuring out how can you fill in the gaps of the inefficiencies in these innovation entrepreneurial ecosystems from Peru to Indonesia. And it's the intent of trying to be on the ground and figuring it out. So we're launching schools, we're launching programs with development banks. We're even in some markets deciding, let's do the first co-working space so people can reunite under one roof. So really kind of a very much localized approach to supporting the ecosystem whilst we invest financially with impact.
Thank you so much. Rupesh?
Thank you. For me, it's very much profit. If you look back 10 years ago, the view on impact investing was you should accept a lower return if you're doing good. And what you actually found was that those funds couldn't really compete. They couldn't size, they couldn't scale. And what's interesting today with the funds that we're backing and the investments we make is actually you can get risk-adjusted rates of return. And it doesn't cover all the SDGs, but there are still gaps, and that's where policy really needs to come in. And so you're starting to see carbon markets kind of work. You're starting to see biodiversity markets being formed. And we believe that will lead to a new generation of effectively nature investments where you can align nature and returns. So for me, it's all around kind of profit. In terms of background, I founded GSCM, co-founded GSCM back in 2013, a former #1 ranked research analyst focusing on clean technology and sustainability. 2015 started BWB, Bankers Without Boundaries, how you utilize former investment bankers and apply their skills for the benefit of the environment and social good. We gave people a choice. Would you want to shoot former bankers or would you want to use them? Most people, you could see them visually thinking about shooting bankers. They actually went for the latter, luckily for me. And so the team now advises 20 countries on the issuance of sustainable debt, 120 cities on the transition to net zero.
Super, thank you so much. So Alicia, you mentioned intentionality, and I think everyone is here. They have the intention to find that common ground and to do good. So why is it so difficult to find this common ground? Why we are struggling so much?
Because for me, the common ground is everyone has to have the intention for impact in the long term. The idea that we can, I feel like we're just repeating the same process again and again if we just want to replicate a model of let's just standardize and it's gonna solve all our problems. It's just so much more complicated. There are some that believe if you're not focused on climate change and biodiversity, all the other SDGs, who cares? If you're not tackling that problem, it's the end of the world. Others are going to have another approach. Our fund is impact to us, but to some, they tell us, no, my thesis of impact is I want to support people with less than $1 a day. Others is going to be industry focused. It's going to be geography focused. So should we start ranking these theses? Is it wrong to say that that is more impact versus less? It's, again, look at the number of SDGs, the number of challenges. It's as we said, it's a systemic approach of tackling the issue from so many different angles. Our best way to approach that was using an impact. So I do believe frameworks and do help. So we have our theory of change, but we live it in a very dynamic way. It sits next to our OKRs because we want to the best chance we have of doing our job well is building a strong enough experiment machine so that we can learn from what we're doing on the ground. So hopefully there's a maturity in that industry, like we have seen in some industries where we can actually talk full-on profit on key niche subjects. And we need to learn together and build that data. So maybe the common ground goes with the inclusivity of sharing our knowledge and data. Sure. That, I think, has value to all our missions and intentions.
Maybe I just add one other challenge. I think that it depends on kind of what stage you're at. I think we've looked at the gaps in the system as we've been thinking about how can we support the 5,000 entrepreneurs that have submitted their companies on the platform, and many of them are early stage, and there's going to be higher risk that's associated with that. You're not going to perhaps have, and they need a longer term horizon when they're thinking about the type of investment that they make. And so it's not, I think, just certain SDGs that have not gotten to that stage where you can get full profit right away. It's also thinking about which stage of development. And that's, again, where you're going to have to, as you said, Rupesh, think about how can you pull in other types of risk adjustment. Can you get funding from government sources or other philanthropic ones to blend in there? And I think that's what helps, which is kind of really a challenge of finding that common ground, is that it's going to depend on where you're investing at what stage.
There's another aspect to the common ground challenge question, which is impact funds and how and why they're formed. So I've been in this space for a long time, 16 years. It's been interesting to see the evolution. And one of the observations I have is that impact funds are typically either impact first or return first, meaning they're either founded by traditional finance professionals who want to do more impactful work and are applying the same approach and thinking and skill sets and so on that they have to their previous work. And then the other type of impact fund is an impact first fund where the founders of the fund want to have a particular impact in the world, whether in a certain sector or region or whatever it may be. And that fund is primarily founded to generate that impact. So the risks with the first type of fund is that there's insufficient impact knowledge and insights to inform the thesis and the process of investing. And the risk with the second type of fund is that there are insufficient investment fundamentals often on those teams. And so that also generates suboptimal returns. So for me, one of the common ground opportunities is to build investment teams that are much more diverse and integrated in terms of their skill sets, as well as diversity on other levels, where you have an integration of both aspects of what it takes to truly create impact through the process of investing. So I think that's one of the aspects that doesn't really get as much airplay or doesn't get talked about as much as other aspects of this conversation.
Could there be, on the other side of the table, also responsibility to the investor to increase their appetite maybe for uncertainty and to be more open to this idea that a fund which is generating social, environmental, and economic impact might not look like the fund that was part of their pension plan, and that you might have to, this for me, this common ground is around accepting that in a way we're all fighting for the same thing, which is more money to the SDGs and a more, sustainable, resilient world. So I wonder how we can also make that more common within the investment community. I mean, we've all sat on that side of the table saying, well, this isn't impactful enough. What does that even mean? What are we basing ourselves on? I'm back to these benchmarks, which we need to accept that maybe we don't have the answers as investors, and that there's a bit of a mutual trust that needs to be built there, which certainly has been lost from your generation.
Now I feel old in terms of but let me just add, in terms of change pathways, it's important just to prove how old I am. If you think 20 years ago, you had different accounting standards across the board, and you had market participants saying, can we not just have, I don't want to have to make adjustments between Italy and the UK in terms of what profit is. And it took a while. Not everyone agreed. There was a change process. But we have a change pathway in terms of what we now have international accounting standards. And to a point earlier around data, I do believe that is going to play a key role. But actually, I think what we'll see is, just like EPS is the standard for companies in terms of reporting earnings, do all investors use only EPS in analyzing companies? Absolutely not. It's the one that gets reported, and it facilitates a conversation. We will see exactly the same thing for impact. And it will facilitate a conversation with investors. So I think there is a change pathway that's been used before. I think we will get through that. And in a few years' time, will it be perfect? No. Will everyone be using it? Probably.
Mm-hmm. Nina, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to add one aspect that's perhaps the elephant in the room, greenwashing. And I think it relates to some of the earlier comments. So a few years ago at SOCAP, the Social Capital Markets Conference, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, at the conference, I met with someone for coffee and a colleague, and this colleague was telling me had just met someone who was raising a fund at SOCAP and had personally confided to him that his fund had really nothing to do with impact, but it was a great opportunity to get more AUM in his fund, and it was a great opportunity to leverage the new interest that exists in impact to do what he had been doing before, but with a different narrative to access capital and recruit LPs. So that is also part of the conversation about common ground and needs to be addressed, understood, part of the thinking about how we get to common ground.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, guys. I'm just looking, before we switch the slide, the words that they came: hype, circularity, consciousness, purpose, and change. I haven't seen greenwashing or any bad words here. This is very positive.
Well, can we ask actually for a show of hands, who trusts the word impact? Yeah, okay.
There's the answer. And also, why we are still calling it impact. I mean, we were talking yesterday. We should arrive at some point to have all the investment as impactful as possible. For us, our goal is not to talk of impact as another different kind of impacting, another kind of investments. It needs to be all investments impactful, right? So one of the questions that I wanted to ask you, you can switch the slide if you want. One of the first things or first problems that we have seen on finding common ground might be this alignment between ESGs and impact investment or sustainability investments or regenerative investments or whatever we're going to call it. Can you tell us a little bit more about it and how it sits not only in the private equity side, but of course all the asset classes?
There's a lot of confusion about the terminology, and these words are used interchangeably in different contexts. So impact investing typically refers to private investing as opposed to public markets investing, so private markets investing. And it is also often used to refer to as the whole category of investing with impact. So therefore, it can be really confusing. ESG refers to public companies, and it refers to how public companies operate. So an oil company can rate very high on an ESG score because it's a particular framework that measures certain operational parameters of the company. Impact investing typically refers to the purpose, intention, intended outcome of a particular investment that is a private markets investment. So, and again, often these terms are used interchangeably, which creates a great deal of confusion. So, and in different countries, there are different preferences and biases often towards which term is referred to in which context.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I don't know if it's anyone from Singapore here, but apparently when you talk about ESG, they are referring to impact investments. And they don't call it impact investments at all. Anything on your side? Anyone?
Maybe just on the multiple use of terms that sort of get burnt every time something bad happens and we replace them. I mean, back to your point about intention, why are we doing this? I personally think the concept of regenerative investing has some sort of, it's got an interesting new value to it because impact almost sounds punitive. You don't want to be impacted. Whereas regeneration is literally about creating value. And I think that's a nice also mindset shift on the small scale. I think a lot of investors who are sitting in the space between commercial and philanthropic investing will use that term as a way to justify maybe zero economic return investments, so what would traditionally be known as philanthropy, and to get onto that. There's a beautiful graph, I'm not really sure who made it, but it goes basically the risk, what do you call it, continuum from 100% economic risk, which is philanthropy, and 0% economic risk, which is a sort of standard commercial investment. And I think the idea of regeneration will help people visualize that and will help people get onto that continuum and hopefully be a bit more inventive and a bit more, we're not going to just have a venture fund that does impact, we're going to have investments that regenerate economies.
So just one thing, can we say that if we take like a linear evolution, can we say philanthropy, then impact investments, then regenerative investments as the final?
No.
I think nothing's linear.
But I think also it's a lot to do about packaging, which is not a bad thing. It's also it's just storytelling, all this. So we just need to align on a story that's close enough to everyone's heart. But through our 10 years of building Seed Stars, people labeled us. I mean, we went through all the names, and we labeled us according to which investor we would go to, to which philanthropist we would go to. I mean, we were packaging ourselves so we could make sense of our intention of impact to that person. Because I need you as investor, I need you as philanthropist, I need you as a talent. I mean, my story is different to the talents that joined Seed Stars and to our investees, etc. Because I needed to find a common ground in the language we spoke so that we could scale the impact. Mm-hmm. And that's been what we've been doing. And so who cares if impact is regenerative tomorrow, if that's the buzzword that's gonna make more people want to come in. But ultimately the power is in the ones that have the money. So I think, and yesterday a lot was said about this, if there's not enough courage taking place within the hearts and minds of those with the money, we're not going to see huge shifts. And this is a debate still within Seed Stars and my founding team. So I'm going to say I personally also feel you can't avoid the fact that you need government to put legislation. Because when it hurts, we suddenly see the shift. And there are a lot of very pragmatic legislations that could, in specific SDG-driven challenges, could really make the difference. Mm-hmm. So we need also courage at the political level.
So on my side, I feel like ESG is a little bit of a red herring here. Although it is becoming more controversial, our media team has flagged it as a term that is being hijacked for political and social issues that is not working. I think you were referring, I think, to some of that courage we heard from Fred last night at a dinner some of us were at, and you challenged us to think about humanity and think about nature, and we're not doing a good enough job. A recent GIN report had less than 5% of all impact investing is going to early stage, and less than 2% is going to nature and biodiversity. And so, as you say, you got to get people to be excited about some of these issues and be ready to put their capital behind it. And I couldn't agree more about the policy side of things. We had just an article that went out yesterday from Circulate Capital. Some of you guys might be familiar with Rob Kaplan. And he talked about a really specific legislation, part of the Clean India mission, that is making investors and companies responsible for their supply chain. And that change in legislature gave confidence in investors to get behind a company called Recycle. And Recycle is creating a platform that makes sure that companies are taking care of their waste management. But without that legislation, especially international investors were hesitant to get behind it. So I think these really tangible policy changes can make a big difference in the investments.
So I do agree with a lot of this. I was a research analyst at the time when policy was coming in around renewables to help that embed itself. And what you actually saw was it was a blessing and a curse, because suddenly I found myself becoming trying to be an expert in Washington or in London in terms of the EU, in terms of the direction of where the next feed-in tariff was going to go. And so I think the real answer here is, or a view I can offer, is that it's all about risk-adjusted rates of return. No one forced the tech industry to make a transition 30 years ago to change the world, but it did. And actually what happened were there was risk-adjusted returns. So I think the opportunity for policy is to be able to innovate, create that virtuous circle that allows for these new markets to achieve returns, and then the market will work, capital will allocate, and you'll see that cycle kind of take off.
Do you think that we need a specific actor to owning that policy, or do you think that we can actually independently manage it?
I'm not a policy expert, but in my experience for certainly the transition around energy and renewables, you actually saw different actors all moving in the same direction, imperfectly, but when you looked at it together, it looked perfect.
Any thoughts on that?
Well, maybe just to mention one initiative that's being launched today, actually, by your colleagues at the WEF, called Gaia, and they're backing this idea that instead of having public-private partnerships, we should be working around philanthropic public-private partnerships. In my reading of this, that philanthropy actually stands for impact investing. But basically, the idea is that you can have investment opportunities which unlock further investment opportunities. So small pools of capital placed in the right places. This is what in other industries you call lobbying. But you work towards, you invest in policy change, which then opens up and makes lucrative new investment opportunities, such as the SDGs.
It's such an impactful point, excuse me for coming back in, but when you're sitting in the policy seat or you're talking to policy guys, they sit there kind of going, we don't know what the right intervention is. And so actually that intervention can be so helpful in providing a signal not only to the market, but also to policy guys. So I think it's a great step forward.
Thank you. I wanted just to jump on something that Alice said about we have to force ourselves to talk the investors' language. And I was thinking this standardization that we are trying to get to try to understand each other is a little bit what is making greenwashing appear in different areas. So do you think that is a standardization and finding a common ground is a good thing or not? Because we have seen a lot of ventures that they put the impact word or different funds and that they are saying we are impactful. And when you look at them, they are not at all. But this is the way for people to start listening or for you to talk to them. So is that standardization good or not? Because it brings us towards some greenwashing.
It's same as beginning. No, it's not good. I only feel I'm comfortable in packaging my story because my intention is real. Mm-hmm. And then that means that I will measure and I will put myself accountable with my team. Mm-hmm. That's the differentiator. Because if not, it's pure packaging. Mm-hmm. If I didn't have to package at all, I would be sitting here and saying, you know what? I want to do something that matters with cool people. I can't rally a lot of people around that, but that authentically is just really what I want to be doing for the rest of my life. And so it goes back when we were trying, when we invest, we have quite high targets in terms of wanting to invest in women founders, okay, and having 50-50 in our team, etc. For a long time, in the first years, we had women founders coming to, and my best advice to them to pitch within the VC world, which was heavily male-driven and which was put in place in a very aggressive approach. You go on stage, you pitch 2 minutes, show me that you can build the next unicorn, was just pitch like a man. That sucks. Mm-hmm. And I think this is, and when you think of impact, if the conclusion of all of this is just pitch impact, whatever that, just try and stamp it on it, maybe that's the transition needed, because I wouldn't say that anymore, but in the urgency of trying to get them out there so that they would receive the investment and they could prove that they were investment opportunities, that was my best advice, at some point. So I think we're in the transition. There's not all bad to try to standardize. It's great we went from ESG to impact, and I think you said it very great. It's actually two different things, and it's tailored to different types of companies. All this is not bad, but the intention is really what counts.
Yeah. If I could just build on that, I think in terms of standardization, to bring in a metaphor from nature, everything in nature is contextual. So if you're talking about an impact investment with a impact fund or with a family office or with a pension fund, those are very different contexts. And so the same pitch, the same narrative is probably not going to create the same outcomes. So standardization in terminology may be useful for everybody to be talking about the same thing, but in terms of how you talk about the opportunity to create impact with different stakeholders in that ecosystem, it may be useful to contextualize appropriately for maximum outcome in each and every situation, whatever it may be.
Just to offer a view on this, that some time ago, folk will remember Enron and Anderson, and in effect, people couldn't believe financial statements and what were put in them, including profit. And to a point a bit earlier, where only a small number believed in impact, we're going to have to change that in order to achieve progress and for capital to flow. And so a way forward may well be, if you look at the Enron example, you had Sarbanes-Oxley kind of come in, you had CFOs signing off on stuff. I think here in impact, the view would be that you would have a standardized approach. You will have a number that gets reported quarterly if you're a public company or annually if you're a private fund, and that will be verified by an external person based on the data that you received to be believable and achievable. And that will facilitate a conversation with investors. So just like you have your EPS number that has missed or beat for a quarter, and a conversation saying what division beat and why, in impact you're going to say, you were behind on gender this quarter, what happened and what is the management doing? And it's going to facilitate that conversation.
Can I ask you, just from that period, and if we're looking at today, what are some of the things that should be, or that maybe aren't replicable, or that we could do differently for it to speed up that transition? Because this conversation's been happening for a long time, and if we've been through the ropes already, what can we do better?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest questions people always face is kind of, where's the data around this? How can I be sure impact is actually happening, and how effective and timely can it be reported? And actually, in some cases in biodiversity, we did a piece the other month, and the answer was, we don't have the data to be able to do this, particularly in emerging markets. And when we engaged a bunch of people and we got one folk to look at it, the problem wasn't there wasn't enough data. The problem was there was too much data out there. So I think if you can engage the market to kind of find solutions to accelerate the transition, I think a lot of solutions are around. That being said, there are going to be pockets, particularly in SDGs, where either the business case isn't clear, or policy is still uncertain, or legislation isn't there, and that's where you need to get on the change pathway as quickly as possible. But if you look at biodiversity markets, our view is we have seen what has worked and hasn't worked in carbon. We're not going to replace or replicate that again. The opportunity is to short-circuit that, to bring in markets faster, and that's how you achieve scale.
We are talking a lot about standardization of measurement, but what else we should be looking at standardizing? Or shall we standardize everything, just a piece of it? What are your thoughts on that?
good luck.
Thank you. Now, already we tried standardizing the definition of impact, if we can, measurement, governance.
I think the challenge is that you're trying to make very complex things simple. And I keep on thinking about some of the entrepreneurs we've been working with. Like, you know, they've got 2 people in their team. They're trying to figure out how they're raising their first seed round. And, you know, you're talking to them about how do they measure 15 different impact variables just in order for you to provide them some money. Mm-hmm. And, you know, there are some great programs out there that are working with founders about starting their organizations. I see Kirsten from Climate Kick in the back. They're running incubations that are actually showing founders how to do, integrate this in really simple ways. What is your primary impact? What is your secondary impact? And then you can get to that type of simplicity you have with some of the carbon markets. But it's not as simple when you look at the biodiversity. And I know they made some great progress in Montreal, but I think we're still trying to make sense about what some of that will look like that will allow us to short circuit. But I have a little bit of this problem with us trying to standardize everything because it simplifies a very complex world we live in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think standardizing too much is actually going to be very difficult. I think the benefit of getting imperfect standardization is probably better than trying to get it perfect. You look at the green bonds, it was a terrific success story, but that's where greenwashing really started. People kind of hang on, what are you using green bonds for? And then some of the principles came in to kind of avoid that. But certainly I think standardization can go too far, and so it's about creating that balance, but there's a balance between speed and then outcome.
Also, in terms of measurement, obviously very important to have measurement and to have really well thought out processes and standards for measurement. However, oftentimes measurement can also be very reductionistic. So a fund will, for example, use tons of CO2 emitted as a proxy for environmental impact and number of jobs created as a proxy for social impact. So really thinking through what are you measuring? Is it giving you an accurate insight into the impact that that particular project company is having?
Mm-hmm. I was having a conversation yesterday, I think it was with Francois. He was saying that they try to sit together with entrepreneur, with investor, and try to identify the KPIs together. Something that is personal to them and standardized with the market. We might not need to find a common ground, actually, after all. So,
I mean, we just need to underline that there's a bit of a paradox here, is that we want to scale a methodology, we want to scale a new mindset, but we also, I think, all realizing that scale probably is the problem, right? If everything is exactly the same, then we end up not generating any diverse value. We end up not generating value that can be shared. So I think this is sort of the Achilles heel of this whole movement, is that we're always talking about more and scale, but the whole point is not more and it's not scale, it's better. So that's not really, just to add to the conversation, I mean, intention is invaluable, so important, but you can go to an investors meeting with as much intention in the world, and if you're not generating returns, they're not going to invest in you. And that's kind of what frustrates me a bit. So I don't know how we get from this boutique sort of niche thing where people with good intentions are interested to one that actually ends up oiling the mechanism. I mean, finance is oiling the mechanisms of industry. So how do we keep the machine turning? How do we keep people employed with these new techniques? And I don't know. That's sorry.
I'm pretty sure that you are more confused than before, right?
I wanted to add one aspect to build on what you just said, which is to talk about the role of family offices. There's some really interesting dynamics happening in the family office space, and there's some family offices in the room here. Fundamentally, family offices have a different approach to how they deploy capital, why they deploy capital. Families don't think in terms of quarterly returns or 5 to 7 year returns. They think in terms of legacy. And many families are now transitioning to 100% impact, or at least are doing some part of their portfolio is in impact. I have an advisor to a group of 120 family offices in Europe that co-invest together. And I asked the person who talks to the families on a daily basis, what percentage of the families you meet with ask you about impact? And the answer was 70 to 80% of families not only ask about impact, but ask about impact first. So that opens up a different conversation for entrepreneurs who are seeking capital, particularly early stage capital. And the other opportunity for families, I was an advisor to, or on the board of Schmidt Technology Partners, division of the Schmidt Family Office and Family Foundation. What they've been able to do is come in with philanthropic capital at the 50K level, the napkin idea stage, with a grant. And then through the impact investing fund of the foundation, funded at the next stage. And then through the family office, funded at the next stage. So you can go from a 50K check to a $50 million check in a very integrated, streamlined, effective way that's different than going to Sand Hill Road or to traditional venture capital. So there's some interesting dynamics in the family office world that are contributing to how this conversation is evolving that I think are important to consider.
I'll just offer a view. As a research analyst, you always saw the institutional markets being split up between long only and hedge funds. And hedge funds always saying, look, we're faster and deeper than long only. And in my fund life, you would then say, well, actually, we're a bit further and faster in terms of kind of being able to take more risk. And I think to your point, you're absolutely right. I think in my experience, family offices tend to be more focused on impact. They tend to be able to write checks quicker. They tend to really believe in the people and the outcome. And so their role is disproportionate to what they can do. At the same time, if you're sitting in an emerging country or you don't have that access, or you're, from a gender perspective, it is harder to access that. And so we're seeing more opportunity for folk that can connect capital to emerging markets or to different types of entrepreneurs in the past.
To both of you, maybe on that point, I see very well how that works out in private markets, and actually your point about being mainly in the global north, being very, very true. I just wonder how you see that mapping over to public markets and to more institutional investors, and that role that the family office can play as a catalyst certainly is there, but the quantities is a bit faster, but it's a lot smaller.
There's a lot of interest in the family office space in activist hedge funds, for example, or various vehicles that are designed to have an impact on oceans, let's say, or particular themes, and that allow families to invest in the public markets in a way that's aligned with their values and with the impact they want to create in the world. So there's an opportunity in both public markets and private markets.
And what returns are they expecting when they get up to that $50 million? Are they expecting market returns?
It really depends on the family. One of the other dynamics that are really interesting is how the next generation, the sometimes third, fourth, fifth, seventh generation in the case of some families, see the role of capital. For example, in our organization, one of the families, the Berger Family Trust, that's supported some of our work on the nonprofit side, the next gen of that family went to his parents and said, I'd like $1 million from my trust fund, which he had never asked for anything else, to invest towards the world I believe in. And he wasn't looking for returns. He wasn't thinking about, am I going to buy a new sports car or whatever. He saw his primary priority to contribute with the resources that he had, building the kind of world that he wants to live in. And that is a very common trend. 40 trillion in assets are transferring from one generation to the next. So that kind of different approach, where the question isn't what is my return going to be first and foremost, but it's how do I utilize my capital across the board philanthropically and investment-wise, and align that with the values that I have about the kind of world I want to live in. And that is a very different conversation, and it's often, it's been a very challenging transition for many wealth managers at banks and so on, because the conversation they're having with the next generation is fundamentally different. And this was evidence, I think, 4 years ago when Morgan Stanley sent 7,000 of their employees to upskill around impact investing, because the next gens of the families they serve on the wealth management side, which is the bread and butter of the banks, didn't even have the language to be able to understand what the next gens were asking them. So there's been a profound shift, and I think that trend will continue to impact how we talk about returns and how we even define investing and what that means for the next generation.
When it's related to the intentionality and the values that we were talking before.
Can I ask a question? Sorry.
Sure.
I'm just wondering, like, I appreciate that what you're saying is signaling a change in intention from the investor side of the table. But I do worry that it's anecdotal, and it's little, and it's slow. There is a generational transfer of wealth, but there's also the Oxfam report showed us earlier this week that that's literally 1% of the population that's involved. And it's tremendous amounts of wealth, but it's not... I don't really understand how that connects then back to the public markets and how that connects back to large-scale investment, to the systems change that we need to live in a more sustainable world. And I hope that we're not chasing, and if we're talking about common ground for impact investing, I hope we're not chasing impact investing as just another place to create alpha and to make money in private markets, because that would really, really suck.
But I'm not saying that, but alpha isn't a bad thing, right?
It's not.
And if it goes from being a 0.1% of the market to being 8% in the market to being 6% in the market, and actually, if there is standardization that comes about and there's verification, and we ask this room 5 years from now, impact, do you believe the word impact? 80% put their hand up. Maybe that's not as a transition pathway, maybe that's not, it might not be absolutely terrific, but it might not suck.
Well, I'd just like to say, in case it came across differently, one can have market rate and above returns and tremendous impact. It's not a choice between the two. In fact, we're working with companies, very early stage companies, every day, and many of them have over time outperformed the market in really important areas of waste to value, addressing plastics, energy generation, water treatment, and so on. So it's not a matter of making a choice between a focus on impact and a focus on return. If you have a team that understands both and that can work together in an integrated way to ensure that you create maximum impact and maximum returns in a smarter, better way than even traditional companies are doing in the market, that, from my perspective, is the goal. That's how you get everybody on board. That's how you accelerate this process because it becomes a no-brainer. Why would you say no to above market rate returns and no to having tremendous impact in the world?
I would like to open up a little bit. Go ahead.
No.
If you want. No? I wanted to have the time also for you guys to ask any questions. We want this to be interactive as well, so I'm pretty sure you have burning questions. François? I don't know the name of everyone, I just know his name.
No, just one. It's maybe not a question, but offering a different view on standardization. I'm the co-founder of COIS. We're an impact investing firm active for 12 years now, and we manage a bit more than $500 million in different impact funds, and also very active in blended finance and innovative finance structures like impact bonds. So we very much see the different implementation of impact measurement and standardization in those different instruments. And I believe that we actually need standardization in terms of comparing for certain verticals and in certain contexts the impact of different solutions, just to be able to identify the alpha on the level of impact, because I think that's important, that the money that we allocate to impact is actually allocated to the best solution to solve a specific problem. And if we just disseminate our capital on the basis of pure intentionality, but we don't have ambition on that intentionality, and that we don't measure and really try to maximize the impact in that specific vertical, I think we're just not going to solve all the challenge that we're facing. But I agree that standardization across the impact industry is not possible, but in a specific vertical, for a specific thematic, in a specific geography. For example, how to integrate people in the workforce, refugees in the workforce in Western Europe. You can compare in France, Belgium, Netherlands, the cost of integrating these people. It's going to be obviously very different from the cost of integrating Syrian refugees in Jordan. And so you don't want to compare these two. But you have to have a basics of comparison. I think it's important.
I know your work, and you do terrific stuff, and I totally agree with that. Standardization everywhere doesn't make sense, but in some cases it does. We talk about risk-adjusted rates of return, which is standard terminology. In the future, you may well get risk-adjusted impact returns, and so that allows you, for where the risk is so much harder, the business model is less proven, to size the position accordingly and measure kind of returns.
Yes, go ahead. Just I don't know if we can have a mic there.
They're on the sides there. It looks
The
like.
other side? Yeah, you can go to the mic there.
Aloha.
Hello.
So I have a question just regarding some reflections of the last 2 days. During the web of some of the discussions I'm hearing, and yesterday morning we had a session with Tibetan Buddhist Lama Khenpo Sandu Rinpoche, and he was talking about to transform the world outside, you have to transform first yourself, inside. And just connected to what Fred was sharing yesterday, it makes me reflect about the word impact and all these discussions about what does it mean for us, like internally first. And so my question is as well related to some of the thoughts yesterday shared about a new economy based on health and well-being, and how that starts first for us, inside. So when we want to achieve impact outside in the world, I just want to throw this idea. What does it mean, embodied investment? How do you embody that in your life? So it's congruent with how you think, how you speak, and how you act. So I don't have an answer. It's just like, I was just reflecting while all of you are talking, and I just want to ask if you have any thoughts about this idea of embodied investment. Thank you.
For me, embodied investment, it's kind of back to my thought of intentionality has to be the biggest red flag you're looking at when you have a founder in front of you, you have a funder in front of you. It doesn't mean you should not be professional and measure it and aspire for great impact. I think everyone in this room expects that. And we're not here to be duped by greenwashing. We're smarter than what the market is showcasing. But to keep that level of authenticity means you have to be okay to move away from standardization. And means you have to be okay also to rethink the model of what is your expected return. Because I think we all agree, if you want to make profit and purpose, we've got products for you. If you want to make more impact in more complicated challenges and you accept less profit, we've got products for you too. If you want to lose 100% of your principles and go big bet on one of the biggest challenges where there is no maturity on the market and we're going to have to be experimenting for the next 20 years, there's products for you too. So I think it's okay that it's a mixed bowl of everything, because that's the complexity we face. I just feel like we kind of hide ourselves sometimes with the sense that, no, but the market is doing it this way. Or when you hyperscale a company, you've got to hyper hire and then hyper fire, because that's the rules of the game. And it's okay. I don't feel that bad, because at some point, the market society told me I was part of something and it worked this way. And so it goes back to this kind of sense of courage and consciousness, which I agree, it's a bit philosophical. We're not tangible. I'm not saying exactly how do you put trillions of billions somewhere, but there has to be the courage to have the intention to do good. And I think the inner self, the moral compass, is within all of us. And we have to have that courage in those tough, because there really are the tough conversations. And we consider ourselves very impactful by the way we operate our business, the way we invest, the way we launch our schools. But we are faced with huge dilemmas of profit and purpose every day. From the way you recruit and retain talent to the way you want to optimize the scale of a portfolio company, because it has to make sense to your investment thesis, because you're a VC fund and there are economics that need to fit with that investment vehicle. And I think it's the type of courage you want to embed on a day-to-day. And for me, that is the sense that that's the only thing that can scale human-wise, because everyone is capable of that. Everything else, I always feel like we're halfway, which is not bad. Everyone here is a huge experiment pool of figuring out how we can optimize the impact. But it in the end, for me, doesn't get as best as you've got to have the intention and you've got to believe it in and feel accountable to it and try your best to manage the profit-purpose tension. But it's not bad to want profit with purpose, and it's not bad to want to be full-on philanthropy. Again, the ranking is where I feel we're getting it wrong.
I think those messages were so important, and I want to agree with them. The thing I might add is, particularly with the entrepreneurs or the investments that we make, which is to say, to keep pushing that innovation curve. And what you find, to your point around, well, if the market is doing really well and hiring is up 50%, we have to be up 100%, only to find that when the market turns, or there's an election in the local country, or there's some other external shock, that you then have to kind of reduce headcount. And some of the best enterprises that I can think of, where pre-pandemic their revenue run rate was $1 million, and I saw the company 2 or 3 years post-COVID, their revenue run rate had gone to kind of like $30. Like, oh my God, what did you do? And it was one of those things of innovating. They worked with what was happening, what was changing, and so that path of innovation is so important.
Could I maybe just add on to your discussion earlier on about what you said, that there aren't necessarily any specific recommendations into how to engage on this mindset? I think one thing that we can all do is commit on common ground towards looking or asking about more innovative financial mechanisms behind how we invest. So as you mentioned, the venture capital model isn't always suited to impact. It's what we have today. It's sort of the most easily understandable when you're pitching it. But look into things like blended finance, look into things like outcomes-based lending. There are ways of sort of breaking that deadlock and trying, and I think that's, for me in any case, this idea of common ground around impact is this common acceptance that we don't have the tools, but we're here to try. We'll try different ones. And at some point, I liked what you said also at the beginning, Rupesh, that we're going to try a bunch of different things. It's not going to be right, but it's going to be okay, and that's what we're going to that's what we're going to use in the meantime.
If I understood your question correctly about embodied impact to contrasted disembodied impact or disembodied investment, is what we've had in the traditional financial approach to investing. Disembodied meaning only using our cognitive processes and our bias towards that approach to arrive at decisions and invest capital. What I'm hearing in your question, embodied an embodied approach to investing would include not only our cognitive processes and what we know, what we've learned about investing, but investing with all of who we are, with everything that makes us human. And what I hear, the provocation I heard in your question is to get to that point where we can invest with all of who we are and what makes us human in order to create outcomes that are humanizing and that are perhaps building a world that we would all like to live in.
I think we have to switch more between who we are, what we want to do, and more like what is the impact that we are collectively having. More a collective kind of approach. And I think in the consciousness wording that we had in the impact investing is about you are conscious that the impact that you are making is not only for you, not only for the profit, but for everyone together. There was
just to add one more thing in terms of this embodied approach, when you have a more embodied approach, when you are connected to who you are and bring that, all of that into the process of investing. So I've been in Silicon Valley for 28 years. I'm used to being one of the 2 women in the room of 100 people and so on. So when I became an investor, without setting this as an intentional parameter in our thesis, all of these women founders kept finding us and finding affinity with what we were doing. So I think that's a byproduct of having a more embodied approach to investing.
We have one question here. There's a mic. You can go to the mic for the second one. There is one here, and then you can go next.
First, I want to answer that question. Yeah, embodiment. What is embodiment? Embodiment is changing your neural connections. That's a physicalization of embodiment. And there's a process of shifting consciousness. It's called mindful living. If you live your life mindfully, you will rewire your neural wiring. Many ways that include in neural wiring, and one of it is repeated experience called habits. Habits turn into personality, personality turns into your life. And so there is a way of changing through mindful living your embodiment, everything, include the way you think. All right, so that's a very simple answer, but we can take it offline. Back to this topic, I feel common ground for impact investments. I first came in the term of impact investment, meeting this guy in the investment field called Doug Miller, APVN. Some of them might know him. This guy came and tracked me down, and I had breakfast in Beijing talking about impact investments. Well, this is like 10, 15 years ago. Then more people turned out talking about impact investment. Then as I looked into impact investment, I found out, wow, there's a whole host of things. Impact investment, impact philanthropy, triple bottom line, blah, 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 blah. Goes on. So as I track the line, there is a common ground, I believe, for impact investing. Although impact investing stands from a theory of moral sentiments arising from the investment community, impact investing is going to be a global movement into every person. The common ground is simple. We are one. Everything is life. If we continue what we do, there is no more life, no more us. There's a common ground, a common interest. And as we awaken to that common ground and common interest, then intentionality comes into focus. Because we are not just individual. We are not just psychology, although that's a final ground of our choice. But we're also sociology. We're also philosophy. And so therefore, ESG is also going to stay. ESG is a transition period as we do less harm to move. Every industry must study it so that it's not like a fixed formula, but it has to be a movement. Every trade organization, United Nations, everybody is get on the board to say, all right, what to be specific in this area? The next step of doing less harm. While impact is creating more good, ESG is reducing. They don't happen accidentally. Nothing is coincidental. But first, we have to salute to the investment field, which I'm part of it, creating the problem and now trying to solve it. In the meantime, we have to see there is a common ground of all of us. How do we invest in intentionality? Intentionality dictates attention. If you have the right intention, you will have the right attention. With the right intention, we create the world. However, our mind is fickle, distracting, and the I involved with delusionary. So your intentions is not steady. Although you have an original intention, it's mixing all kind of things. Return, this and that. So if you look at investing, look at all the capital. Government has capital, public capital. Business have private capital. Non-profit capital. Volunteerism have capital. So therefore, impact investment is a way we can think for the future, how we can go on to become holistically managing humanity, which every moment we're doing without knowing we're only creating the I to we in humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anja Rundqvist. I'm here from Invest Conservation. We work with biodiversity hotspots. That means areas that we're not talking big hectares, we're talking where we have ecological systems, endangered species that we need to protect now, and we do that through blockchains. So we work with blockchain tokens to that. And the question I want to raise really here is, how do you work with the things that we need to act on now, but we don't have all the measures in place for yet? So you were talking about how do we work with biodiversity. I wanted to kind of dig a bit in the light of COP15. We were very excited about, coming out a little bit more frameworks. But I have, in my 15 years previously, I worked with financial software for financial reporting, so like Rupesh was talking about, the whole convergence, legislations coming into place. I've seen different setups. I also work with sustainability reporting, and you spend a lot of time measuring. And the question I put, because we're talking about connecting finance and impact, right? So things that I've seen is that often we get into the measuring part, and I like to do the analogy with, if you have a financial account and you start seeing you're losing $1 million a day, you don't go and say, let my accountants account for another year to see if it's 950 or 1.2 million. There is a leak and we need to stop it. The world at the moment has a biodiversity leak. We're losing our biodiversity. We cannot restore it. We have to preserve it and we have to act today. How do we go from everything that's great that's taking place at COP15, that's taking place here today, and actually acting today? Because today, every year, an area the size of Iceland is getting deforested. And we can't replant tree, to put that. When that tree is cut down, we have insects. How do you value an insect? What's the price of an insect? The insect is not on its own, it's the biodiversity of the rest of it, the tree, all the birds that lives in that. We have in our conservation areas 10% of the bird species on such a small area. But if they go extinct, we can't save them anymore. And the whole area we need around for the black pumas, for the jaguars, for the setup, it has to happen now. How do we get into not getting into a carbon rework of the track of let's measure it, how many tons is it, how many setups, how to go to acting now? And how do you do that with the finance angle on it?
I'm happy to have a first go on that. So first, thank you so much for the work that you do and how you described it. If you were part of the conversations I am, you will hear time and time again, when it comes to timelines, I always shorten them precisely because of this reason. And so in my BWB life, it is very much focused on driving impact today and catalyzing capital markets to help move money to where it's needed most. In my nature finance life, where I'm a senior advisor, that is built to effectively short-circuit the lessons of the carbon markets to effectively allow biodiversity markets to launch and be effective. And the point I certainly make is, if you think about carbon markets, if you're in the market for large-scale carbon today, it's very difficult to access that because the supply isn't there, the verification isn't there. We don't want, if there was a great Vodafone bond that was issued and it was 10 times oversubscribed, you would have 10 investment banks issuing similar bonds the next day. And it's that level of speed that we need in the biodiversity markets. And so I always advocate for, I would rather see imperfect markets launch sooner than have something that's built perfectly for the future. But as you say, 5 or 10 years from now will be just too late.
Maybe a point also, based on something that we've discussed very often, Rupesh, and it's also around the framing of the issue. An area, a biodiversity hotspot that needs to be protected at all costs is considered a cost, whereas this idea of, you were talking about biodiversity markets, we could talk about nature-based solutions. What value is this generating? And I'm not saying we need to measure and commodify this parcel of nature, but there is a way of seeing these as assets and of finding investors rather than donors. And I think this is also part of this conversation around impact investing, is being a little bit more fluid with who we position ourselves as, and who the funders are and how we do that. So I hope there might be solutions there also.
I think that's a great point, Fred. Really great.
Just want to build on that by giving a very specific example of what you've just described. In this very room last night at a dinner, I met a group of entrepreneurs who are fostering biodiversity in Suriname and other places by partnering with local indigenous communities, giving them an alternative to selling their land that would lead to deforestation by producing 10 different kinds of nuts that produce oils that can be sold to the cosmetics industry and many other industries. So it has all these ripple effects, including preventing deforestation, building economies for the local indigenous communities, and so on. And they've built a really interesting model where 75% of the revenues actually go to the indigenous communities, and the rest goes to the company that's providing the equipment, the financing, and the know-how. So those kinds of solutions are investable, and they are likely to produce faster outcomes than some of the legacy philanthropic development models have.
And they just arrived, actually. Oh. Here they are.
Just talking about you guys.
They just appeared. We have time for one last question. Alexander? We can take it online afterwards. We will be outside as well.
Okay. Alexander Wiese from BWB. So following this discussion and my discussions over the last years, I have the feeling impact investing is considered the new asset class. And I think it's the wrong approach. So the question is, how do we change it from being a new asset class to a minimum requirement for any investment? And then associated question, how do we, so there are implied costs in any investment, and if it's unsustainable, there are huge implied costs for the society. How do we change the accounting of this cost and put it back to the investment which is unsustainable?
Who wants to go first?
It's a really simple question with a really easy answer. No, I mean, it's a great question, Sasha, and I think it should just take us back to something we discussed at the beginning. I think the answer is, or an answer is, having a standardization around kind of impact and having all companies or funds having to report on that. And then suddenly, if you're a fossil fuel company delivering a 40% return, but actually your impact score is minus 20, suddenly your return impact score makes you a whole lot less favorable. And so what you've effectively been able to do is, as opposed to impact being a niche and kind of 1%, it's been mainstreamed. And then suddenly, you're right, it's not just a new asset class, it is the only main asset class.
Yeah, and I think this is where the PPP could be really interesting. And so it's public-private philanthropic partnership of trying to really make it, for those that don't want to shift, hurt enough, and so put a cost on what is for free for the moment. And that's also an immediate reaction to what's happening across in terms of biodiversity. Private sector taking a stance, either because it's a consequence of their consumers being very strong advocate of what they want to see shift in what they're consuming, but also the talents within these organizations that don't accept to do business as usual. And then, of course, the public market that has to react to that, and legislation, which, as we mentioned before.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the same question that I asked at the beginning of the session. After this conversation, do you still think that we shall find a common ground for impact investing? Raise your hands. I don't know if they are a little bit less than before. They are less than before. We did a very bad job. And who thinks that we can find a common ground from all the conversation? Do you have any more clarity? Do you still think that we can find a common ground? I think I see one hand, two hands.
Can we all agree? I mean, the common ground, I think, is urgency,
Yes.
right? And that we have to act. I've been coming up here for 15 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen the lake that is not frozen. We cannot wait anymore for us to be sending capital, and that's just one of the many SDG issues that needs funding right now. Not to mention all of the more urgent things around feeding populations and making sure that we can give people adequate living situations. But we have to act now, and I think we have to act, as we've been hearing from people, in an embodied and in a more longer term way. And then the other thing I would add is just this week is all about learning. Last night I had a nice learning also at the table I sat at for dinner, and it was about investing kind of in your region and finding ways that you can partner with people, evaluate impact in that local, national, regional way that can redefine what are the partnerships that you need to bring together, and how can you make some of those really complex biodiversity, for example, metrics, you can make them much more understandable by bringing together the actors around those issues in those regions and countries. So acting now, but also thinking about acting in kind of locally where you are.
And just to build quickly on acting now, these issues aren't to be ranked necessarily. They are all interconnected. So you mentioned hunger versus climate. If we don't address climate, we'll have 1,000 times perhaps more people who can't feed themselves and don't have access to water, clean drinking water, and on and on. So there's an interrelatedness to these issues, which is why SDG 17 is partnerships. It has to be, all of these issues have to be addressed in an integrated way. Otherwise, we won't get there in time.
Yes, closing words for everyone. Go ahead.
Can I just two last words? One, of course, urgency is why we need to have this conversation. I'd like to urge you all to consider taking that extra 2 minutes every time, maybe 2 hours, when you're looking at investments or when you're structuring a deal, to think about what are the different ways you could do it. Why are you replicating models that worked before? And does that suit the purpose of the outcome you're seeking, whether that's impact or not? I think that's part of embodying that intentionality. The second point I want to make just a quick invitation to you all this evening, if you want to continue the conversation. Just across the way there at 5 p.m., we're having a collaboration conversation. It's open door. Come, have a glass of Swiss wine, talk about sustainability. We have the head of sustainability for Twitter coming to talk about what connection in the digital world means and what collaboration means. And this is a key part of this conversation. So please, I hope to see many of you there. You can register, but you can also just show up.
Alice, any closing words? No. Okay, Rupesh.
I'll just be very brief, and just to build on Fred's point, it's all around partnership and collaboration and urgency. So I think that's a key takeaway for me.
And I will add to add this systemic approach that we have to take all together. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming today and listening to us. I don't know if that helped, but at least you awake a little bit your neurons. We wish you a very great week, and thank you so much for coming.
I am, for those of you who don't know me, I am Carlos Alvarez Pereira. It's a pleasure to have all of you here. First of all, many thanks to our partners, Tent and the Weidenfeld-Hoffmann Trust, which made this session possible. Without their help, it wouldn't happen. So many thanks to them. Of course, many thanks to all of you for being here, and you will play an important role in the session. And a special thanks to our panelists whom I convinced to come, you know. Some of them are under torture, I would say, but still they look happy to be here, curiously enough. I am the vice president of the Club of Rome, the global think tank specialized in asking better questions for the future of humanity. We have been doing that since 54 years with a very special lens, you know, where we consider all scales, local and global, short-term and long-term, but we especially look at relationships, interdependencies, the systemic perspective. That's part of what we do. 50 years ago, we became famous because we published a report titled The Limits to Growth. As I said, when we are good, we try to ask better questions. The question of that report, asked by that report, was, could prosperity lead to collapse? Could prosperity, as it was understood then and still today, as the ever-growing material consumption, could that lead to collapse on a finite planet? And that question was addressed in a rigorous, in a scientific manner, by building multiple scenarios for the future from 1972. But the main message of the book for me was not well understood. The main message of the book, according to my interpretation, was that the question was to open the space of possibilities, to imagine futures, because among the scenarios, yes, many of the scenarios were showing high probability of collapse for human civilizations, but among the scenarios, some of them were showing the possibility of reconciling human well-being with the health of the biosphere. Those were ignored, and that part was not understood, especially by people who didn't want to understand that. And the book was labeled as a doomsday prophecy, which it was not at all, and put aside. We are claiming the legacy of that book, and among other things, last year was the 50th anniversary. We published 2 new reports, and one of them especially to come back to that question of what can we do to reconcile well-being with the biosphere, with the planetary boundaries. That book is titled Earth for All, a guide for the survival of humanity. And we have here with us one of the main authors, my dear friend and co-president Sandrine Dixon-Leclerc, who will come to the stage later. And in that book, we propose a consistent set of policies to address that question, to address what we have to do, what would make sense to reconcile well-being and the biosphere. Another book was also published, another report was published last year. I'm a co-editor of that one, titled Limits and Beyond, which is very much about why didn't we learn? One of my provocations to you is, how could we learn what we already know? And learning in the deep sense of the term, not learning as an intellectual exercise, but as an exercise of doing, of changing, of behaving in different ways. That book connects with another tradition, which is in the Club of Rome since the very beginning, but was sort of overshadowed by the success, among other things, of The Limits to Growth. We published in 1979 a report titled No Limits to Learning. So this session is especially conceived to liberate the potential for learning, but learning in the sense of changing. Your potential for learning, you will be the protagonists of this session, which is very much the goal of a new program that we started last year in the Club of Rome and that I lead, titled The Fifth Element. But I don't want to talk about that, because the whole philosophy of the program is not to talk about ourselves, it's to invite you to reflect and act and learn by yourself. And And coming to the topic of the session, opening hearts and minds for regenerative organizations, at some point we got to this reflection. Yesterday, André Hoffman put it very clearly. The future looks like we have two options. One is to go into collapse and the very bad things which will happen if we are not able to address our self-inflicted existential threats, or create the conditions for what he called sustainable, inclusive prosperity. In order for having that, I think that all organizations, especially businesses, have to start behaving in completely different ways and maybe becoming what now is called, and you know that this word has gained some traction, become regenerative. Without knowing exactly what that means, you know. These words get some traction and they become trending topics. But we want to get into that question and the questions that we have around this concept of regeneration. What is it? How do you recognize the animal when you see it? But also, how do we make this massive? You know, how could organizations shift massively to regeneration in the sense of repairing harm done before, but also in the sense of attuning more to life? And this is why we have a panel of 4 people with very different profiles to whom I will ask to bring to us from their own experience, from their own perspectives, their feelings, their insights, their whatever, knowledge about this topic of regeneration and what makes organizations regenerative and how we could have many more of them. So I will introduce all of them and then give the floor, because this is meant to be a conversation, first among them, and then after you have the possibility, and they have the possibility to eat, we will have a more open conversation with all of you. So by order of intervention, we will have Karima Karawi from Morocco. She is the founder and executive president of the Tamkin Community Foundation for Human Development, trying to humanize communities, schools, society. She will tell something about that. Then we will have the intervention of Peter Bloom, who was co-founder and CEO for many years of Triodos Bank, a financial institution which from the very beginning tried to support projects for the common good with the perspective of the 3 dimensions of economic, social, and environmental. And he has something to say about the questions we addressed today, I think. Then we will have Lina Yassin from Sudan, but moved to London less than 2 years ago and working at Climate Tracker. She's the operations manager of Climate Tracker, and the name says it all. That organization is monitoring the evolution of climate and, of course, climate change. And she also works as a researcher at the International Institute for Ecology and Development. And last but not least, thank you, Louis. Louis de Montpellier, who is the chairman of a startup, I would say, Replanet. I mean, he has also a long experience in the international finance sector, but now is the chair of a startup, Replanet, which works to bring finance to biodiversity projects all over the world, using, among other things, using the concept of biodiversity credits. So this is the introduction, and now, dear ladies and gentlemen on the stage, the floor is yours. Karima, could you give us a start?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Is there a button? No. No button to press here. Carlos, thank you so much. I'm so delighted to be here, very honored. It's a beautiful question. that we are contemplating together today, having lunch, nurturing our souls, our minds, and our hearts, our stomachs too. Opening hearts and minds for regenerative organizations. Let's just imagine together right now that the World Economic Forum was a regenerative organization. What would we be talking about today? And let's imagine that each one of you who comes from so many different organizations, you experience a regenerative organization. What would be your questions today? Let's imagine today that we are together a regenerative organization. What would we be even feeling, sensing, questioning? I'm going to stand up a bit to move away from the light. In Temkin, we have this question. We started from a question. How can our schools, our education system, our organizations, our systems, our society be a reflection of the humanity that defines us and connects us beyond the conscious grasp, connects us to each other, connects us to nature, connects us to a whole? How can we be that reflection and that manifestation and all our human expressions, organization being one of them, rather than creating organizations and schools and systems that become the dehumanizing context of our unfolding lives? And it is with that question, was not to go and find the answer, but to stay there in that question and to live the answer. To live the answer in all the small things that we do. To reflect our experiences together. To reflect our own reflections and furthermore, to reflect the language that we're using. Isn't it extraordinary that regeneration in itself, in its etymological meaning, means being born again? Being born again in a deep spiritual way. Actually, regeneration in its etymological understanding is resuscitation. By the grace of God. Being born again. And yet if we ask every one of us, regeneration, what does it mean? And regenerative organization? Intuitively, we can think about it. We think of nature to be able to grasp it. We think, how can we, what we observe and love from nature, how can we bring it? How can we be more nature? But we are nature. It's nature trying to be nature. And our intellect becomes in the way, gets in the way. Our reality, we fragment it into pieces, we reintegrate it, and then we try to create with that reintegration concepts that will allow us to understand how to live. We dissipated the movement, we dissipated the life that's in it. A young man in a community told me once, I was sitting in a cafe the other day, and we were reflecting violence. And together, we were saying, why are we talking about violence this way? And then we realized for 2 years, we haven't experienced violence, whereas before it was a daily experience. This was in the outskirts of Tangier. We were very humbled. We grew beautiful partnership with that neighborhood. He said, before, violence used to bring us together. Now love brings us together. He said before we would have an objective, fight the next door neighborhood. We would set the objective, define the strategy, look for the resources, make sure everyone knew their tasks. Violence used to bring us together. Today, all the community initiatives that we have co-created are only a reason to remain together. The purpose has changed. The initiative is not the purpose anymore, it's how do we live together. Then there's no limits to what we can create together. We came back to life. Hence, together we can co-create life. And I remember this researcher thinking, oh, so you say that before there was violence and now there is love? And Temkin came and then you have love? She said, no. Before there was love and today there was love. But yesterday, our expression was not an expression of love. Look at the compassion. There is something that we deeply know, in a deep knowing. That neighborhood became our mirror as we become their mirror. How can our organization, with everything we might say and everything we might conceptualize, how ourselves, can we experience that? We got rid of roles and objectives, and we just went to the questions. Your questions are your responsibility. You no longer have a role. Now live the answers. And how does your question reflect in my question? But let's make sure that we can always go back to the essence of all this. A trust, a deep trust in our humanity, and learn to understand the very meaning of trusting our humanity.
Powerful message to start with, Karima. Thank you so much. Yeah. Peter, now I know it's difficult to speak after Karima, so sorry.
I'm going to stand. I'm copying something. Just pass the mic. Well, I thought I will try to follow a little bit your questions more specifically. And it's good to have this sort of breathing in the panel. Sometimes you go very big and then go smaller again. So what is regenerative? And only one sentence came to my mind, is being part of the circle of life. Being part of the circle of life. I think many people can see that as being regenerative, that you be part of something, what is bigger than you. And that counts for individuals, that counts for organizations. Individuals normally have a sort of closer access to it than organizations. It's also for society at large. We're also part of this whole ecosystem we are living with, we are living in, we are part of. Karima was already mentioning it. And what I think, particularly if you talk about regenerative organizations, I think they have really a challenge, because we all know, and I've been building a bank in 40 years to a bank with 1,700 co-workers, being very focused on sustainability, you can see that there is always an element of egoism in your organization. And some of that is what you need. Like every human being needs also some egoism to survive. You cannot only be altruistic. That's sort of one of the nice paradoxes of being a human. You have to deal with those tensions. And I think also companies have to deal with those tensions. You have your own purpose, your own essence, but at the same time you're also part of a bigger system. And I think, and it comes very much, I would say, through the phases of enlightenment in our history, that we think we can separate everything and become better because we separate. And we have come at a moment where we realize separating more, and the word focus has a lot to do with that, only looking at one thing is coming to an end. We have to look more from a system level, from an organism level, I like that word actually more, to understand what's going on, how the interaction is. That's why I'm also a proud member of the Club of Rome, where we actually move from quite a linear book
limits to growth, was just saying, where do we stop? To much more an organization that looks at this system question, this organism level. How does things relate? You cannot just do it on one topic. And Ursula, I think, is a very good example where we have taken a serious attempt to do that. So I think that is important. And what can you see with regenerative organizations? What makes them maybe more regenerative? It's the long-term value creation. This morning we talked about, in impact investing in this room, about profit. And I was thinking financial profit, and I was thinking, I know many companies who make a great financial profit, but do not contribute to long-term value creation. And then do also many organizations who contribute to long-term value creation, but make not so much profit. And I think what we should do, that we much more focus on the long-term value creation. And not only for shareholders, but for all stakeholders. And I think that makes a company more inclusive and more regenerative. I think it's an important condition. The other thing, what is very important for a regenerative organization, is building your community of stakeholders. Not just talk to your shareholders, to your clients separately, connect them. We made a real jump in the bank when we really had days where we invited them all. At shareholders meeting, clients could come as well, co-workers, and they all could have discussions with each other. At that moment I felt I'm not sort of managing bilateral relations with my stakeholders, but I am in the middle of a community. That's also an element of a regenerative organization. And I think many problems, also of the big corporates, and you can see a few in the world here. Shell is one example, I just mentioned them. If you have not this community around you where you can talk to, you become in fights, legal fights, fights with your whoever you want to serve. And I think it's an important element that builds this organization. So long-term value creation and building your community. I think that's very important. So the second question I don't agree with. What can make regenerative organizations viable in today's landscape? I think we should turn it upside down. I think regenerative organizations are the future, and we should develop an economy, a system, a financial system that supports those organizations. That's not the case today. Long-term value creation is not rewarded in the current system. Shareholder orientation is still the main default for companies. So I think we should change the economy and the rules and not adapt the regenerative organization to the current landscape. The current landscape has to change. So I make it a little bit provocative, but I think it's important to change this all the time. I think it's also important not to always say, well, market return, that's where it starts with. No, it doesn't start with market return. It starts with long-term value creation. And yes, there will be a profit, but those profits can also be sort of made in a more generative way. And then the third question, what could accelerate a massive shift to regeneration by all kinds of organizations? I think that's a very interesting one. I think if we want to create a regeneration, it will be very difficult to do that with organizations who are not themselves regenerative. That doesn't work. And many banks told me, we can do all the things you did with your bank. The products, the market orientation, we can all do it. But what we cannot copy is the mindset of your colleagues, your coworkers. That's the hurdle. So unless you're not integrated in your organization and become regenerative yourself, I don't think we can make the major step up to a more regenerative economy and society. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for addressing the three questions and even putting upside down one of them. Well done. Don't feel, please, Lina, and we don't feel obliged to answer, and you will not be obliged to answer all the questions. But Lina, it's your time.
Thank you so much for this exciting conversation, and it's really hard to follow those two, but I'll try my best, and I think I'm going to try and take a different approach. I'm going to tell you about my personal journey with this concept. Like Carlos said, I grew up in Sudan, spent all my life there. And growing up, Sudan has one of the biggest, longest Niles and rivers in the world. It's the Nile. So growing up, the Nile was the source of life. Agriculture was the main source of income for the country, and it was the main source of value of life for us. And the Nile was how we connected with nature. When I was a kid, we would go to the Nile, spend time there, hang out there. So it meant a lot for me growing up, being around nature. But then I remember when I was around the age of 12, 13, I started learning about how Sudan every year gets hit by floods. And I remember that when I was 15, in 2013, Sudan was hit by one of its biggest floods that even impacted my country, my city, the capital, which rarely happens. And I remember asking myself, why is nature harming us? Because nature is how we connect with life. It's our source of life, and it's how we survive. So how come, I was 15 at the time, so my first thought is, how come nature is harming us? I thought we coexist together. But then the more I learned about this, the more I realized nature is not harming us. Nature is responding to the impact that we have on it. This is its natural way of responding. And that's how I got to learn about climate change and its impact. And I was really surprised that I have not learned this in school. People around me don't know about this. And I think my first thought was, now I know why, but I want to do something. I want to create some change. How do I do this? And at the time, I was just in school, so my first instinct was, maybe people around me should know. So let me try and educate people. Let me try and write. I was in school, so I just literally started a magazine where I could write about climate change impacts and why floods happen, because I wanted people to understand that this is not nature harming us. This is nature telling us that we need to do better. We need to protect it. We need to take care of it. And that's how my personal journey and passion for climate change and trying to help Sudan respond better to climate change started. I then started working at Climate Tracker, which is an organization where we try to increase the awareness, because we realized awareness was lacking. People were not realizing that climate change is cross-cutting with everything. People were looking at it as a second priority, something that we can get to after we fix the economy, after we respond to the political crisis. So we try to train young people and young journalists to change the narrative, challenge people, challenge their mentality. And that was part of my journey. Then I reached a point where I realized in order for me to do better and to also help my country better, I need education. I need to learn more, because there are no limits. There's always something that you can learn. And I wanted to be part of a change. So I remember I applied for a couple of universities, wanted to, get my master's degree. And I remember I got into Oxford, and it was quite difficult to find funding. But I was fortunate enough to be part of the Weidenfeld Hoffman Trust, which is one of the biggest scholarships in Oxford. And I became part of what I honestly call a regenerative community. Because, like Peter said, it's part of being regenerative is about trying to create long-term value creation. And for me, that was long-term value creation in education, because I was in a cohort of people, 30 people from different aspects of life, different parts of the world, who all wanted to create change, believed in change, knew exactly what change is, because they're the experts in their field, they're the experts in their communities, and they have a plan. They just need to be enabled to do so. So for me, that was quite refreshing, being part of a regenerative mindset. People really wanted to do change, and people really wanted to reconnect with the true values. But then I was also part of an organization that was not regenerative at all. Part of my work is being part of the UN Climate Convention negotiations, the COP negotiation, for those who know, the Paris Agreement, where we come every year to discuss how we're going to fix the world. That environment is not regenerative at all, because I personally has started my first COP when I was 18. It was, and that was in 2016 in Morocco. And ever since then, Morocco. And ever since then, I can tell you that very little has changed, because we have those huge plans. We want to stop climate change. We want to cut emissions in half by 2030, but we don't stop and think about how this current model is not working. We never ask, why is it not working? We never dare to challenge it. We never dare to say, how about we change the mindset? How about we change the approach? Because in those spaces, people are so used to the model and how it works, and they don't want to be challenged. So for me, being part of a community that was regenerative, the community that was bold enough to experiment and try, made me realize that we need more spaces like this. We need, institutions that challenge the conventional way of working and actually aim for real change. I personally, I think it's my journey is to try as much as possible to challenge and try as much as possible to push for that regenerative mindset, because it's not an easy thing and we don't have all the answers, but I think we don't admit that we don't have those answers. We always think we have an answer, but climate change is a complex problem. It's a global problem. There's no one way to solve it. And if we start by admitting that we don't know, but we could if we sit down, talk about it, and listen to each other, listen to the different perspective, admitting that we're not an expert in everything is one way to start this conversation and change the way we approach climate challenge. Really looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lina, for sharing your own experience and journey. Now, Louis, your turn to give us your insights, your ideas. Does it work?
Does it work?
No. This one works.
Oh. Thank you. Does it work?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, thank you, Carlos. Thank you, the Club of Rome. Thank you, Intent, for this important event and very important conversation. Yeah, I feel like standing after such testimonies. But I feel privileged to be here, but also helped, because the first part of the first question has been answered. What is regeneration? I'm not going to try to add any more concept or visions and so forth. You have it all. Thank you so much. What I'm just going to try to illustrate is that we have a creator, I'm the chair and a co-creator with some in the rooms as well, Tim Coles, my CEO, of a company that we have really imagined, that we have really created as a regenerative company. So that's an example for which we can draw some, in today's world, some lessons, we hope, and some examples. So we have created a company which is really in the business with the explicit purpose to create a business which is regenerative from the social and the ecological dimensions. So our aim, and to use it to use today's financial system to generate ecological preservation and restoration with a social dimension. So we're trying to change, to be part of this change that we feel about how to think economically, financially, business-wise about regeneration. So, and because our view by creating Replanet, as many others, is that the future is regenerative, otherwise it is not. I think you demonstrated 50 years ago, you re-demonstrated in your anniversary now. We're trying to enact this. So and how do you distinguish regenerative organizations? Well, first you listen to testimonies, then you try to embody it. And I would say that regenerative organizations, to answer the second part of your question, are either in a regenerative business themselves. They produce economic value which are regenerative in itself. That's how we define Replanet. We produce positive ecological and social outcomes. Or they are transforming their business, which is maybe not regenerative in itself, but they transform it to internalize negative externalities and create and generate positive economic regenerative externalities. So we can go on a lot to discuss on this. But what I want to leave you with is one big question which colored many of the discussions before, especially the impact investing discussions, is measurement. So we cannot agree on one standard, and we should not. We should have several standards, many standards. We should be able
to define regenerative organizations also through sub-measurements. And I'm going to propose to you, as an example, a very simple one. The Global Footprint Network, the founder of the Global Footprint Network is a member of our board. And he proposed to us one measurement that they use, which is really how do you assign ecological value to any dollars of economic added value. So basically, you divide the economic footprint of humanity by the dollar GDP value, the annual dollar GDP value. And then you realize that for all what we do in markets, which is bad news, as the Club of Rome knows, we need 2.5 square meters for footprint to produce what we understand as global GDP. Well, if you apply that measure to a company like ours, and we did this exercise, then you actually reduce the ecological overshoot by 650 square meters. So are we going to succeed? I don't know. But if we succeed along those lines, we're proud of it. And so that's the beginning of our journey. Now, your second question and third question very rapidly, because I sit, don't hesitate about eating. I don't want to stop it. But what can make regenerative organizations viable to this landscape? Fully agree with Peter. We should reverse the questions. If you think economically, but even like old economists, but you can a little bit longer term, regenerative organizations are the only one which will survive. Depleting organizations are doomed. What we need is to translate against measurements, what seems to be a cost, regeneration, into an opportunity, and what seems to be, a faraway risk, an immediate risk, which is unbearable, and that's being non-regenerative. So I think, to answer your third question quickly, I think we are at not one tipping point, but we can see several, interconnected tipping points with Replanet launching the biodiversity credits idea. We just talked about it, and we had within months, we had dialogues with 35 organizations interested to talk to us about investing. That's a sign. Another sign, completely different level, is we were at COP15, and when you hear what's going on at COP15, I think, policymakers, CEOs, others are noticing. Now, timing is of the essence. It's not if, it's when and how.
Thank you, Louis. So I said that the attendants, would be the protagonists. For now, we hope you will have a good lunch. We don't want you to get to starvation, and not the panelists either. But the way we will not ask you, in many of these participatory formats, at some point somebody asks you, you have 7 minutes to write in a small post-it your recipes to fix the world. Or to fix what we are discussing. We are not going to do that. We invite you to have discussions while you eat among yourselves at your table, and after we come back to the stage, we will eat as well. After we come back to the stage, we will ask you to, whoever wants to say something, raises his or her hand, and then we will have a discussion, an open discussion with all of you. Before doing that, is there something absolutely pressing that you feel you should say? I think you did a very good job, all of you, in bringing a lot of ingredients, a lot of substance related to the questions in different ways and from different perspectives. Fantastic. Anything to add, Peter?
I just want to give you one thought I had this morning when I was reading the survey outcomes of the WEF here, what CEOs see as the main problem at the moment. Climate was on number 6 down, and number 1 was inflation. And I felt, and then the other was cybercrime and anything else, but I really felt, do they get it or don't they get it? Because this is a very broad survey. And I think behind inflation, there are other crises. Inflation is just a symptom of something, but still our CEOs work with symptoms. And I hope that the younger generation will really change that. Thank you.
Well said. Anybody else? Karima may say something. Yeah.
I'd like to resonate with that. I really like, Peter, how you went there. Because what I'm going to focus on, what is important to me, what is my question, is really very much a reflection of my fears at that moment. So the CEO, what is the fear, maybe, of the CEO? What is it telling us? Well, what is my value? Because human beings, a locus of value is what really matters. What is my value? And if my value is that I produce, if my value is that I create profit, well, that is going to be my priority. And I cannot disconnect. So that takes us to a deeper understanding of a sense of self. What is my sense of self? What happened that if in our schools, our children are not taught that their value is what they produce, what they earn, what they possess, that it is something that is extrinsic to them and that is given to them, and they will be evaluated to be able to know themselves if they have value or not. What if it starts there? What if that individual sense of self is reflected in a collective sense of self? How do we get out of that? How do we stop throwing sand into the eyes of our children and then telling them we're going to teach you to see, and then we're going to evaluate how well you see? Because we got the sand in our eyes. This is really the challenge. And it's a beautiful challenge because despite our extraordinary expertise to create dehumanizing contexts for life to the point of self-destruction on a planetary level, despite doing that, doing everything to dehumanize the human being, we fail. We are witnessing how little we need sometimes just to be able to come together as who we are, not the role, not what we have here or what we have here, but mainly because we have this. And what differentiates us is so much smaller than what connects us. Are we able to go to that confluence and find in the nias and the purpose of each one of us, be in the confluence that takes us back to that ocean of our humanity? It is not a rhetoric question. It is not a philosophical question and a spiritual question. It is a question today of survival. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lina, anything to, or we, as you wish.
I have just, sorry.
I see that Peter is hungry, actually.
I have a much shorter advice to all CEOs, there is one in the room, to all CEOs anyway, to anyone who has, productive economic responsibilities or whatever. So to any one of us, it's read the summary of the latest Club of Rome, reports. Look at the doom. Reevaluate totally your risk as an economic agent or as a social agent, and go into action, become actionable. Everyone needs to do that, and timing is of the essence.
I'll just add, also please think about how not a specific group of people and organizations need to be regenerative, because it's a mindset that we all need to adopt, and we all can and make a difference within the very various roles that we hold, the very different communities that we belong to. So keep in mind that this is not for a specific group of people, this is for everyone, and this is a space where you can learn how you can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your meal, and we come back in a while, and please feel free to express yourself.
I'm hearing the buzz, and Carlos and I are incredibly enthusiastic, because I don't know if you know, but actually This original invite was for 70 people. Then we were told that we were more than oversubscribed, and it's now become 150 and all of you. So thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. For those of you who don't know who I am Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, the co-president of the Club of Rome. And I think, and I hope you think, that we have started off a really important debate here. What I wanted to do was to bridge now the debate into the conversation with all of you and give you a little bit of a sense of where myself and Carlos and the club are really trying to unpack this incredibly important perspective of how we can truly become regenerative organizations. Let me give you a little bit of history first. You may or may not have read that there's an article in Fortune that came out yesterday indicating that the club has been sidelined by WEF. It is clear that Aurelio Pache's vision of the Club of Rome and the commissioning of the report, The Limits to Growth, was going down a slightly different path than Klaus Schwab's vision of growth. And hence, actually, WEF was started, actually based on a conversation that they had together with others around what is the meaning of growth. And the Club of Rome went in a slightly different direction. Now, do we feel sidelined? No, first of all, we're here. But secondly, not only do we feel that the Club of Rome's messages have always resonated, always wanted to demonstrate that there were possible ways to grow differently, different scenarios to show that actually regenerative action already then could be a pathway forward and not get us into the current tipping points that we have before us, and also the compound effects of COVID, climate, and conflict. So not only do we not feel sidelined, we feel that what we're saying and what we're all going to discuss today is the core of where we are today. It's the core of how we're going to get out of the mess that we've all created. It's the way in which we will move forward. So that means, and this is what you've heard from these distinguished panelists, that we need to now scale up, embed, and ensure that all of us have translated regenerative economic thinking and being into reality. How do we do that? Part of that is shifting from power, profit, and patriarchy, and some of you know that I use the word penis as well. Apologies. I've been told that sometimes that's even a better word to use, but penis, patriarchy, it's the same. It's the 3 Ps which have constrained the way in which we have truly moved into a regenerative economy. Shifting to people, planet, and prosperity. Bringing the heart, the mind, and the soul. Not only the mindset shift, but the body set shift, embodying what we mean when we talk about regeneration, and ensuring that we then integrate that into everything that we do, using both the mind, the heart, and the soul to do it. What does that look like in practice? We've heard some of the ways in which we can do that. From a Club of Rome's perspective, that means enabling short-term drivers today to adopt this mentality. The work that we're doing, and currently in particular at the European level, and some of the work that I've felt incredibly honored to lead with the European Commission, has been, for example, in research and innovation. Their Directorate General has shifted their entire organogram around people, planet, and prosperity. That is governance 5.0, and that is something that we're calling on in the work in which we're doing actually on the economic and societal impacts of research and innovation. One very important but simple way of completely shifting the way in which you are actually going to make sure your capital goes into the right European projects to stimulate the systemic approach of people, planet, and prosperity, and make sure that that capital is servicing regenerative economic thinking. The other way to do that in the short term is for all of us to hold our governments and our corporations accountable for using the transformation in crisis opportunity right now and not to backtrack. What we say so clearly in Earth for All is that if we are not careful, we will have deep social tipping points. Deep social tipping points that we're already seeing today in terms of poverty on the energy front, both energy poverty, access to food, inflationary effects, the first generation that will actually make less than its parents, high mental illness, suicide rates going up. There is such a huge malaise, and this is the moment to offer hope. Regeneration is an offer of hope. Not only you as a person, but actually communities, governments, and also corporations. So when we start to discuss amongst ourselves, let's unpack a little bit how we do this in practice. Because we not only owe it to ourselves, but we actually owe it to so many people, and to our own children, of course. We owe it to the way in which we create the decade of action that we have before us. And really, we can be part of that decade of action. So when we speak systemically, let's not just think about sectoral shifts. Let's not just think about decarbonization. Let's think about the human impact. Let's think about the deep social tipping points. Let's think about how we can change the financial sector, because the over-financialization of the economy is actually totally deconnecting people and their economic well-being to the entire system, and actually decreasing well-being, not increasing well-being across the globe. So that is what regeneration is all about. It is rising from the ashes. We can choose. We've risen from wars before. We've risen from apartheid, very, very harsh political situations across the globe, and many crises. This is the time to rise from the ashes and to recreate that regenerative economy that we want and that we truly are all part of and responsible for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandrine, for this strong provocation. So now we have half an hour to listen to you. I mean, the panelists are here, but they are not obliged to talk. Maybe some of the comments you make will inspire them to say something, of course. But we want to hear from their conversations. There is also already one hand there. So the mics will come to you. Please tell your name, but and maybe where you work, but we don't need the elevator speech.
My name's
please.
Jason Jay. I teach at the MIT Sloan School of Management. At our
there is a fan here.
Loving audience, love it. At our table, we were really debating a lot about the role of metrics. Because so much of the conversation is around, I think, a shift of consciousness, and then there's the metrics and the sort of getting bogged down in all of the frameworks and the standards and the ratings and so on. And how should we think about how a regenerative organization operates from that standpoint of metrics and accountability, and how can that be complementary with a shift in consciousness? That's the question that we're wrestling with.
That's a big one.
Do you want to take several questions, Carlos?
Yeah, maybe we take some of the insights, and I will say something about that, but then others will probably do as well. The lady at this table.
Hi,
Yes.
my name's Marisa Andrada. I'm a culture master, so I help companies build and reset cultures. I'm also a director on the board of Krispy Kreme, one of my favorite brands. Anyway, I've been chatting with my neighbors here, and I'm glad, Sandrine, I mean, standing ovation to you by putting people first. So my reaction, and the reactions we were talking about, is all around internally when you think about regenerative organizations. How are companies, corporations investing in people? Because you have to grow people in order to grow these organizations. One statement that I'll make quickly, and then I'll hand the microphone off. A dear friend of mine is a data scientist at Walmart in the US, and they employ 1.5 million people. And if you think about the turnover, so the employees who actually leave the organization in the 60 days, 90 days, now they're focusing on how do they invest in people, because they're going to run out of people to employ in the United States. So I think about that as a challenge. And I'm grateful the last company that I came from, we only had 100,000 people. So let's get on it so that you can invest in people who will then become the future leaders, hopefully for your company, and if not, for the rest of the world.
Thank you. There's another lady there.
Hi, I'm Elise Buckle, co-founder of She Changes Climate, and I'm a big fan of the Club of Rome. I love your provocation, Sandrine. I think we should clone Sandrine and have her at every single table at the WEF. And actually, the fact that your reports were maybe provocative for the WEF, I would say is a good sign. And you are the people who are on the right side of history. We need to reinvent the economy. The people who think we can continue with this GDP growth model, destroying the planet, they are on the side of the past. And you are on the right side of history. So thank you so much for that. But just to share what we've been discussing at the table, I think that was the whole point. We started by actually maybe challenging your question a bit by saying, yes, regeneration is very important, but before that, we need to stop extracting natural resources. So we need to stop this depletion of, fossil fuel industry, also the extinction of biodiversity, and this is really the first thing we have to change. We're very happy that in Montreal at COP15 there was a decision to phase out harmful subsidies for nature. We need the same to phase out subsidies on fossil fuel industry. And we're very, very worried right now as She Changes Climate regarding the appointment of Sultan El Jaber, who is now COP28 president and the CEO of one of the largest oil industries in the world. He's not regenerating the planet. I mean, let's be honest. Yes, maybe he's saying he's investing in nature-based solutions, he's investing in technology, but at the heart of it, it's about increasing the production of fossil fuel. So it's about extracting natural resources from the earth. So anyway, that was our starting point, and I hope that can also be part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. I didn't recognize you with the lights in my eyes. So let's. Oh, another gentleman there, and then we share some comments from the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for calling me a gentleman. I'm a former penis.
Well, I used to call myself a gentleman as well, right? So
I'm a recent gentleman, like I said. I'm also former WEF, so.
Oh. Okay, so our provocations have.
I'm going to confess.
So let's not talk about the past and talk about the present, my friend.
I'm going to confess all my sins after this, but so. Former WEF, former UN, currently entrepreneur. I have a startup in Botswana, and it's this crazy idea that we can connect African carbon sequestration providers, African farmers, directly with business. So cut out, I'm sorry, gold standard, if you're here, cut you out, cut out everybody else from the middle, do a direct B2B relationship, right? Supply, demand, have a fair contractual relationship. And we were talking about thinking with the heart, right? So isn't that what we need to do? The question at the table, I hijacked the table with this question. Are companies actually serious enough to do this? Are you willing to go into a contractual relationship with an indigenous community in Africa? Oh, I got to go. That's the question. Oh, and my name is Attila.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, we got the mic. Sorry, I'm back. It's still Attila, just in case anybody's wondering. And still a former penis.
Thank you. So before giving the floor to the panelists, I want to make a comment on this tricky issue of metrics. and our obsession of measuring everything, you know, our obsession with quantitative measurement, which of course comes from the unreasonable success of mathematics, which is it's a title of a famous paper on mathematics. We fell in love with mathematics, and we think that we can express in quantitative figures, which is just a small aspect of mathematics, by the way, everything that we need, you know. I am of the opinion that the most important things in life, you simply cannot measure them. You even cannot define them. Try to define and measure love, friendship, vitality, etc. Recognizing that metrics are everywhere and we have an anxiety for sensing how we could make progress. So we identify this topic of regeneration, which is not well defined, but of course we need, it would be good to know if we are being more regenerative than the opposite. And how do we deal with this topic of sensing? Because yes, the moment you try to put numbers on love, love disappears, but of course you can sense if love is there or not. So it's a very tricky question, which now I redirect to our panelists. But we recognize that as an important aspect we have to deal with in one way or another. So who wants to say something about that or about any of the comments which were made?
It's a different way of being heard. Do you want to go?
Thank you for all these questions, and thank you for throwing me first. I hope somebody will come to my rescue. And I'm going to try to address the 4 questions about metrics, people, and resources and companies by describing a little bit better that I've done, because I've had several questions from the audience about what really we are doing at Tree Planet. Tree Planet is a company that we have created recently, 2.5 years. It's a startup, as Carlos mentioned, that we have created to restore and protect biodiversity-rich environment through the financing, through modern financing, with the by issuing, having certified and selling carbon credits and biodiversity credits. So that's what we do. For example, we're restoring mangroves in certain countries, which is probably the ecosystem which sequesters most carbon. It's a very efficient way to sequester carbon. So we can finance this and make it viable economically and financially by selling carbon credits, which are sought after by a lot of companies. We're on their journey to net zero. So that's what we do. That's for carbon credit. Biodiversity credits, I think, are even much more innovative because the carbon market has been there through ups and downs. Biodiversity credits is something comparable. It's basically an economic instrument that this community is creating, by which you can also securitize certain aspects of nature to make it viable financially, and that you can basically finance it with economic agents on their way to nature positive. That's all. Now, there are certain elements in that which, propose a vision, an answer, being it partial, to metrics and to people. You're right. We're surrounded by metrics, and we have been seduced by mathematics and physics, and that's a sin. However, as always in purgatory, you need to speak with the counterparty because they will bring you the means. So my advice is to be bold and not to be bogged down by endless details. However, to be precise and to learn the language of the counterparty, which will help you rather than, rather than stop you. And so we have tried to define with the biodiversity credit a number, a technology, a methodology, sorry, which could address really what is biodiversity uplift of protections in a relative scale according to a whole range of scientific metrics so that it is translatable into a financial contract, basically. That's what we do. Now, we can go much longer, and I invite you tomorrow night, they will be here, a dinner about the governance of biodiversity credit markets. And there I will try to define more precisely what it is, and I will try to define also, with the help of a whole panel, what the governance of such a market needs to look like. But you see, that's the dialogue that we need to have on measurements and metrics in this new world. I don't think we will be able to fix what we cannot measure, and that's valid for climate and nature. Now, on people, what we are doing is obviously to restore those sites, is basically to go to the local population, they are the main stakeholders. They will be the producers, and to try to dialogue with them, to have them with us as owners, as workers, as unions, and so forth, because we're bringing, thanks to this work, new economic and financial value, we think, but also community value, because those places were devastated, most of them, for the wrong economic incentives. So we think that this new system, we're bringing private financial resources, actually realign the right incentives and provides benefits to local population to the point that in the way we would securitize biodiversity credits and carbon credits, we have included that 60% not only of the first investment to create but any extra values till the time of retirement, so a system of royalties which exist in the market, it's difficult to translate in securitization, goes to the local stakeholders and stays in the country. So I will stop there. Yeah. And yeah. I have done the two easy questions, thank you to being first, about metrics and people, so some example. Now, extracting natural resources, company serious enough, that's for you.
Great. Do you want me to go first on those, and I'll go fast?
I would ask you to try, thank you, Louise. Sorry. I would ask you to try to be concise so that we'll
Sorry, I was not.
No, that's perfect.
Especially since there seems to be a lot of people who, and first of all, thank you. And I love the reformed penises in this room. Thank you for being here. I think you are, first of all, many of you have always been reformed from the very beginning, so it's just the testosterone effect that's a problem. So if it's all done with love, it's all good. It's all good. Listen, guys, let's be serious here. The first thing is that we need, so coming back to these very pertinent questions, yes, unfortunately, metrics are the way in which at least we've tried to value our economies and also our financial systems. So let's look at it as a transition period. For the moment, in the short term, we've got to put in place the right metrics in order to shift the capital and to shift our economic activities into the right areas. That means that value-based decision-making needs to go in from the outset, but it also means that we all have to participate in these conversations. And we start to really hold corporations and governments accountable for making sure that value is integrated into everything that we measure. Now, placing a value on certain aspects is tough. Look at the taxonomy. We don't need to talk about the taxonomy, but I was on the taxonomy sustainable finance platform for 2.5 years. We tried to place a value on so many different green projects, and in the end, both gas and nuclear got put in, even though they shouldn't have been. Why is that an important process? It was the first time with the European Investment Bank and 10 different DGs inside the European Commission, finance, corporations, we actually had a deep conversation, super deep,
on what it means to place a value on what is right and not what is wrong. In terms of an extractive, for example, economy, Elise, which you are so right, we need to totally shift from extraction. So how do we do that? Part of it was to put in place the taxonomy that would give a signal to investors to stop investing in extractive economies. That is what we need to do right now. So we can't give up on the metrics because we have to actually recondition the metrics. In the meantime, we have to put in place the right governance to ensure that if we start having nature markets, we govern them properly. That means we need governance 5.0, and this comes to the people. If our industry 5.0, our governance 5.0, our economics 5.0 do not place people, planet, and prosperity at the center, then they're not 5.0. They're back to 3.0, if not even 2.0. And that, again, is something that we absolutely need to unpack. So last point, we need education 5.0 to enable that to happen. That means business schools. Great that you're at Sloan. I hope you're talking about this stuff. And I hope that all the other business schools and other schools are, but a lot of them aren't. And what happens is they often go into an S-curve, kind of sectoral shift dialogue, rather than a deep system shift dialogue. And what is the business model of the future? Final point, if we're going to talk about the business model of the future, what's the work model of the future? How do we start to talk about people that may not be employed? Or those that will not necessarily have a job that, for the moment, by the way, is not part of the so-called real economy. All those care workers that saved our asses during the pandemic are not even part of the real economy, most of them. We need to totally shift the current economy to what the real economy is. That's coming back to what's essential. That's coming back to what is regenerative, but that's also talking about universal basic dividend, universal basic income, and how to make people active in the society, even if they can't necessarily have a job.
Thank you, Sylvain. Karima, you want to say something, or Lina, or Peter?
I might... oh, Lina, you want to go ahead? Please.
Okay, I'll quickly just address the question about the extraction and also combine it with the business and if businesses are serious. I think the remarks made over there by how in the COP we continue talking about climate change, but we never even mentioned fossil fuels. It's actually bizarre to me that it took the convention 25 years to finally put the world fossil fuel in a text decision. It shows you how we try to circle around the problem, but we never actually address the real causes. And I mean, as someone who, this is part of my job with IIED, we go to those negotiations and we help the least developed countries negotiators to have better, be heard in these voices, because they're rarely heard. And it's really frustrating to be part of that conversation, but see how we don't even discuss the human side of things. We talk about climate change in very technical terms. In these rooms, you never even realize we're actually talking about environment and people, because it's so technical and it's so exclusive and it's so alienating to others. So I think one thing that needs to change is that we need to change the way we have these conversations. We need to create spaces outside these existing systems that obviously don't work, but someone needs to be bold enough to start saying that, and we need a lot of people to start saying that, a lot of governments, a lot of parties as part of this convention to start saying, listen, this doesn't work. We need to sit down and figure out how to change it. And I think in terms of businesses and if they're serious, the main problem I see is that we still have a very problematic definition of success and what a successful business looks like. And even now, if you ask people how they view success, it's always related to profit, scaling up, leading an institution or a company to high profits that never been reached. But we need to redefine success. Why do we have this definition of success, and why do we all aim to reach that? Can we sit down and redefine success and make it more about nature, make it more about preserving our nature and our resources and actually live in harmony? I think these conversations need to be and we need to have places where we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lina. Karima?
Yeah, I would just add that maybe the challenge is how we think transformation. We usually tend to say we are here now and this is where we want to get. And we're going to put measurements here, and we're going to put measurements here. And what happens here is kind of blurry. And that may be the challenge. A very well-known French philosopher said, we talk about change, but we don't think it. Actually, we look at change the way our eyes see, not the way our ears hear. We don't hear the melody. We don't hear that those silences are part of the melody. So we don't embrace it all. So the movement, we take reality, we fragment it, as I said earlier, we reintegrate it. But by doing so, we miss that movement. We miss that melody. Today, the education system in Morocco is asking that question. How do we measure? They understand that the transformation can only come from a different how that is deeply embedded in our humanity and how we connect, how we learn to co-reflect and co-create together the conditions for the system we want to emerge. It's quite extraordinary when an education system at the ministerial level asks the question, how do we learn as an institution to create the conditions for an organic process to emerge? For us not to be in the way. I had the minister telling me, how do we protect and have an evaluation system that protects this process that is deeply human? The mere fact that we have those questions, the system is changing. So what do we do in Temkin? We are the mirrors. We mirror that back. We realize it. So what is extraordinary? The moment we are in that co-reflection, the moment we are in that co-creation together, we are already in the change. How do we realize it? And that recreates a whole new energy. That creates a whole new energy where fields of possibility start opening up, where the way we see things start widening up. Today, we are exploring the ideas with the education system about, okay, evaluation, performance, but let's look at recognition. What do we recognize today in the present? That future. We're talking about appreciation. We're talking about not being, I am creating conditions for something to happen, but together, and we go back to the governance, together we learn to co-create the conditions. And this is what you were saying, Peter, earlier. You cannot dissociate yourself. I cannot create conditions for transformation if I am not co-creating conditions for myself. So we are looking today and we are witnessing emerging governance. It's not a governance that is, this is the governance and let's implement it in order for the change to happen. Governance itself is recognizing itself. It's more like composting. There's a softness here. We're not fighting. There's the bad and there's the good. That takes a lot of energy out of us. Let's learn to compost things and allow things to grow, including the very governance model that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, short one.
Last one, a reflection on metrics. More numbers do not really help. When I had my first annual report, it was 12 pages. When I left the bank, it was 859. And that all had to be in the annual report of a middle-sized bank, and nobody read it, but we had to do it. I saw the same happening with impact numbers, and I think impact numbers have to be simple, have to be brought in a context. They are all contextual. There are only a few numbers like carbon maybe you can put in a comparison like you can do dollars for dollars or euros for euros, but most of them you cannot compare. And what we discovered that what was much more appealing to our customers to just show what we have financed. So we developed an app where everybody could see all the projects we financed, and there suddenly the human touch was there again. So people went there as a customer. They could find out that in 20 kilometers from where they lived, there was actually a customer of the bank who was producing cheese, so they could go there. So I think it's very important that we, with all these numbers, we do not forget about the context, what people really may connect. And I think although it's not so controllable, what we all want today, it has much more impact, I would say, for the development. So be careful with too much numbers, make them contextual if you don't think they can really be compared. And for the big numbers, you can still do a lot, but not for everything. That was it.
Wow. Yeah, but I'm now I play the role of the very bad guy. I mean, all over. I mean, if you found this session boring and useless, blame on me. But you will blame me for now stopping because we don't have time left. I have to say a couple of things before we leave. Of course, this is not the end of anything. I hope it might be the beginning of a beautiful friendship with the people in the room. I think we learned a lot. Of course, we didn't answer the questions, but we heard a lot about, and from many different perspectives, about these questions. Some of those elements are elements of response, but responses lead to other questions. And this is the process of learning, you know, and evolving, and learning in the sense of changing, not learning in the sense of let's understand this rigid structure, you know, which, oh, we got it, and that's it, and it's for forever. You know? So we invite you. I said the whole Club of Rome, where we are nowadays, and thank you, Sandrine, for also pushing some of that in what you said. Where we are is inviting people to engage, and we discussed with Sandrine and Mampela, the other co-president, we discussed about the, you know, this claim that we are global, long-term, and systemic. For sure, we continue to be looking at the systems and the interdependencies and the relationships which make our life what it is. But we want also in this period, in this moment, because we bet on the emergence from emergency. We're all in a big emergency polycrisis from which we bet, the Club of Rome bets, that we can emerge in a different manner by working also short term. So it's not only for, oh yes, let's plan for what we should be doing and to get somewhere in 30 years from now, because there is urgency as well. So how do we build on the crisis in which we are as levers for learning and transformational change in not so long term, in the short and mid term? And also, and I like very much your last intervention, Peter, because let's remember that, yes, life might have some universal principles, although I would be very cautious about that, because the people who work on the laws, for instance, on the laws of physics, are always cautious, saying, well, this is what seems to hold, unless we find it doesn't. And incredibly enough, we are still, the way we frame our thinking is still built on classical mechanics of the 18th century. Ask any physicist, I guess there are some in the room, and they will tell you, well, classical mechanics, yeah, that's fine, but for a certain range of conditions. Don't go to try to explain the nuclear dynamics with classical mechanics. So we are still very much in that paradigm of thinking, and we need paradigms of thinking much closer to how life works. And yes, there might be some universal principles of life, but very few, very, very few, and everything else is contextual, as Peter said. The manifestations of life are incredibly diverse. Let's learn from life. That's the program of the fifth element of the Club of Rome. I hope you would like to keep in touch and accept the invitation, because as I said, this is not the end of anything. This is a process of engagement, a process of learning. So if you want to be part of the journey, please let us know. All of you should have on your plate this small business card of the fifth element, which contact email. of a person who is in the room. Nolita and Vunelo, could you stand, please? Because you are the person who is, who is behind this email. But please tell us if you would like to join forces with the Club of Rome and with our partners Tent and the Weidenfeld-Hoffmann Trust. Thanks again. And enjoy the rest of the day. I hope these reflections will be with you for some time and will feed your action in the near future. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening. Maybe a little bit of housekeeping before I invite my co-panelists. We will have a discussion of maybe 40-50 minutes or so, allowing for Q&As also from the audience. And after that, we will have time also to mingle, have some drinks and networking, and go in more detail, maybe also in discussion with panelists if you guys agree. So very much looking forward to an exciting discussion around sustainable and accessible healthcare. And I would like to invite my co-panelists, maybe starting with you, Paul. And let me just take my notes also. So, do not... Paul Baldassari, Executive Vice President of Worldwide Operations, who are in charge of operations of Flex. You are leading operations globally, guiding manufacturing technology innovation, managing responsible, sustainable manufacturing and logistics service. And you mentioned that in your spare time you are also teaching sustainability at the Vienna University. Yes. So wonderful. Thanks for having you on the panel. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah. Maybe take a seat. We have Nema Kaseje. Nema, there's Nema. Nema is a humanitarian surgeon, a health leader, expert in health system strengthening. You're working in refugee camps also. You're a pediatric surgeon. Thanks for making time. I think you're just coming back from one of the refugee centers. Thanks for being with us and grounding this discussion in reality of what accessible or not accessible healthcare looks like today and what we need. Great pleasure having you. You are working with Doctors Without Borders. You are also at the University Hospital of Geneva. And you are founder and director of the Surgical Systems Research Group at Kisumu in Kenya. So great pleasure having you on the panel.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And the last panelist for today, but not the least, Eric Costigan. Eric, you are with... yeah, you can. We can give all three an applause. Thanks. Eric is the Chief Development Officer of the WHO Foundation, and you have a long history building large-scale partnership programs. You mentioned in a very early life you have been even an architect, and we are just thinking about what kind of systems we need to architect to make healthcare accessible and sustainable. So very much looking forward to having a discussion with you. Yeah, maybe let's just jump right into frame the discussion a little bit. Every doctor takes the pledge to do no harm. And yet we know that healthcare systems today are neither sustainable nor accessible to half of mankind. We are with 8 billion people on this planet. Half of them never have access to quality care, which is shocking, but also a huge room to improve and a call for action. At the same time, if you look at the environmental side, in those countries where we have accessible healthcare systems, the environmental sector contributes to about 10% of the national footprints, which is totally unsustainable. That's more than shipping lines or airlines together, even at a global scale. So if we want to make healthcare accessible, we also need to find ways to reduce the environmental footprint. And actually these things can go very well hand in hand, not just on the solution side, but of course intuitively all of us know that healthy nature and healthy people need to go hand in hand. So that's a little bit of the context. I feel that you are keenly aware of that. That's why you're probably also here, and that's why you're joining this discussion. Maybe having said that, to set the context, I would love to ask our panelists also what's top of your mind with all the different perspectives that you bring. Maybe starting with Nema, if you hear that, what's top of your mind if we talk about sustainable and accessible healthcare systems? Where do you see opportunities? Where do you see challenges? And where do you see practical examples of where we stand today?
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for that excellent question, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today, all the way from Turkana. I'm getting used to the 40-degree difference. It was 40 degrees Celsius in Turkana, and I think it's -10 here. So it's a pleasure to be here, and it was important for me to be here as a surgeon, as someone on the ground, to make sure that we are part of the solution and that we're part of the discussion. In terms of what is on my mind, first of all, I'd like for all of us to agree on the principle that health is a human right. Can we all agree on that? Yes. Can we also agree on the principle that health is cross-cutting? So without health, you cannot go to school, you cannot go to work, you cannot protect your environment. And right now, what is most worrying is the lack of access to life-saving health services. From the surgeon's perspective, today, 5 billion people lack access to surgical services, and those are figures from before COVID. We all know that when COVID happened, a lot of us had to stop doing surgeries because we didn't know if we would have enough masks, we didn't know if we would have enough consumables. So I myself stopped doing elective cases because of the pandemic. And so now there's a backlog. It's probably more than 5 billion right now. And the issues that prevent access, I like to divide them into two groups. It's at the supply end of the equation, which is, especially in rural and refugee contexts, it's not having enough doctors, it's not having the equipment, it's not having the infrastructure, it's not having electricity, it's not having water. And then at the demand end of the equation, which is the patients, they don't have money, they don't have insurance, they don't have transport. And so how can we work on both those critical groups to make sure that we improve access? Because no one benefits from inequity. Not me as a clinician, because when I don't have the tools to do what I need to do, it is devastating. And losing patients is devastating. And we're losing patients every single day. It's not good for the private sector, because you also need to have your markets, where you can bring your equipment, where you can bring your consumables. So inequity doesn't work for you. It is not good for governments who have the responsibility of delivering health services to their populations. So it's not good for anyone, and we need to find a solution together to make a difference. And I'm really happy to be here to see how we can come together to have an impact. Thank you.
Thanks, Nema. I think that clearly illustrates that healthcare is a very fragile sector that really is hit by this multiple crises that are piling up, and you bring it down to the individual level, to the patient and the person. Thanks for sharing that. Maybe if I can ask Eric, you are with the WHO Foundation, and maybe you look at a more systemic level also, but how does this resonate? What is top of your mind if we talk about access and sustainable healthcare?
Top of my mind, well, again, thank you all for being here, and thanks for inviting me to speak and be part of this panel. For me, it's really around adaptation to a changing environment, right? And understanding the compounding effects of climate on crises. So things that we're seeing right now in Horn of Africa, Sahel, Nigeria, Pakistan. Those, unfortunately, are events that are going to continue to occur on an ever-increasing basis over the next century or more, regardless of what we do from a mitigation standpoint. So if we're reducing carbon, great, we need to do that. We need to bend the curve in that direction. But more importantly, in some ways, we need to adapt to that reality and recognize that, one, we need sort of more robust health systems and increased thinking around what that means, given all the impacts that we're going to see around climate. And sort of capacity building in and around all that. So what are the plans in place to be able to develop that new, robust, resilient healthcare system with the clear, pragmatic understanding of what we need to be developing.
Now that has many different levels, of course, right? Can you peel that a little bit for us and give maybe some examples from the WHO Foundation where you see that capacity building, what it looks like for adaptation, mitigation?
Well, this is an area we're focusing and working on. I mean, WHO Foundation itself is looking at sort of broader aspects of sort of emergency health related interventions. There's certainly the acute care, so how are we getting care to those who need it now that are in the midst of all of this? So, the example I gave in Horn of Africa, Sahel, or even in Ukraine to some extent, where a lot of that conflict is being fueled by maybe a couple of steps removed, but fossil fuel and the rest. If we continue to sort of develop and just continue to fund acute response, then we're treading water, or worse, we're kind of consistently sinking. So we're looking upstream from that around how can you not only sort of pre-plan for disaster, but what does that look like from developing, off-the-grid healthcare infrastructure, potentially? So, or further away from disaster-prone areas, or looking even further upstream around, how do different systems like food systems affect the capabilities of maintaining, a healthy population, healthy individuals? So it's a broad kind of, brush that we're trying to paint this with in some sense in terms of the types of interventions we're exploring. But we as a foundation ourselves are looking for partners to understand where are those really key areas and working with corporations, governments, and philanthropists to be able to do that.
Thanks. I think both examples illustrate how intimately climate change and health are interrelated, right? At the personal level and institutional level. Maybe coming to you, Paul. Industry, Flex, one of the huge players in the world in terms of industry equipment manufacturing also. How are you exposed to that? What's top of your mind when we talk about healthcare and the shifts in healthcare in terms of access and sustainability?
And it's a very important topic that keeps us all busy thinking about how we can improve, right? We produce, for example, we are the largest producer of blood glucose meters in the world, right? When the pandemic started, we started to produce masks, and we produced 170 million masks and gave it to our people and communities for free. But a lot of those devices have a shorter lifespan than they need to. And like masks are single use as well, right? So we have all this output to make sure that people can live healthier lives. But at the same time, do we do that in an environmentally friendly way? And to tie it all together, do we do that with the best business case? And when I mean best business case, I don't mean for companies to get rich. I mean actually, can those devices be reduced? Or can we take back the masks like we did in our factories then and basically recycle them, that we can offer for the same resource consumption and a little bit more energy consumption to many more people, a solution that keeps them healthy. I'm sure we spend more time on that together, but there is many ways that we can make that work if we all collaborate in the industry.
Thanks. I would love to come back to that indeed, Paul. Thanks. So I think there's a lot top of your mind. It's a big topic. Maybe let's dive a little bit deeper in the second round. Nema, you just back from Kakuma, from the refugee camp. In your view, what are some immediate measures that should be taken that help to make healthcare accessible?
So that's also another excellent question, and I'll try not to be too provocative because we're talking about access and equity and also sustainability. But I'd like to put this question out there: how can we make something sustainable when it's not even present? Yeah. So in many places where I practice, there is nothing. Right now, I have cancer patients who do not have access to imaging, who do not have access to chemotherapy. I've already lost one 2-year-old. I have a 3-year-old waiting for chemotherapy. So we're not even at the sustainability phase of things because it's just not there. And so I think we need to be mindful of the sequence of our action and the sequence of our priorities. And for me, equity should be the number one priority. And once we get moving, then we can think about the sustainability of our actions and of our investments.
I think I would fully agree, but then the question is, what is top of your mind when it comes to interventions to drive accessibility and equity of healthcare?
Top of my mind is dealing with the supply end of the equation, which is making sure that you have healthcare workers, and many healthcare workers are burnt out. They're leaving clinical medicine. Even in the US, 50% of nurses are going to leave in the next year. 20% of doctors are leaving. And that also should be taken into account when we talk about sustainability. What are we asking healthcare workers to do? We need to have the infrastructure. I sometimes have to do operations without the light. I have someone holding up their cell phone so I can see what I'm doing. Sometimes we don't have water. And so the supply end, and I think the private sector can play a critical role to strengthen that. And then we also have to make sure that communities are engaged, that they know about the services that are available, that they trust the services because you can have everything, but if the community does not trust you, they will not come, whether you have 10 specialists and all the MRIs, all the x-rays. And so that integrated approach is critical to drive demand and also to make sure that the supply can provide the services that are needed.
So it's about people, the care workers, it's about technology, and it's about the communities.
Yeah.
We are in Davos, of course, and there are many different stakeholders in the room and also online. If you can make a call to action, what are you expecting from the different stakeholders to help you work in a way that you deserve and that you want to do, how you want to do it? What would be your request to key stakeholders?
So in terms of the key stakeholders, I think governments are critical. They need to provide the regulatory environment to protect patients and to protect doctors and to create an environment where you can provide services. The private sector, as I mentioned earlier, you play a critical role. I need you to get imaging of my patients. I need you to have sutures that I can use during a procedure. So how can we build links so that you're aware of what the challenges are and what we need? Patients are a critical key stakeholder. They can tell us exactly what they need, and trust has been eroded through COVID-19 and even today. So we need to engage with our patients. Healthcare workers are a critical component of the health system, and if you lose them, you're not going to go anywhere. And so for me, my image of success is that every stakeholder can add value to the equation. Everyone has something to contribute, and everyone should be able to contribute, and we should be able to create a collaboration or a coalition where every key stakeholder can contribute and make a difference.
So maybe before I move on to Eric and Paul also, Nema, can you give us maybe an example of what such a successful collaboration looks like in the field, where everything comes together?
It hasn't come together yet, but but right now, for instance, we opened the first pediatric operating room in a refugee camp, and that took partnership. So the government was on board, UNHCR was on board, humanitarian actors were on board, the patients were on board, and so that's working very, very well. But we need more partners. We need the private sector. We need digital solutions so that we can have greater impact, so that we can respond to the current refugee crisis.
Thanks for sharing that.
Thank you.
Maybe I wanted to ask Eric to comment on that from the WHO Foundation perspective, from the things that you see, and also how do you see the global conversation move from talking about commitments to real actions? Do you see it moving?
I mean, I think more so. I think in the past year, I mean, specifically around climate, right? Climate being only one sort of environmental effect on health, right? We could talk about pollution. All these things are interrelated in a variety of ways. I've seen much more robust action around climate. I think there still needs to be much more. In terms of my message to stakeholders, I think it is, in general, sort of recognition of the broader set of risks that are at play. I mean, talking about corporations, and not only from how are they thinking about selling their goods, who are they selling to, what are the communities and that they're selling to, and what are their the results of climate change affecting them or results of environment affecting them. Certainly capital. More capital needs to be flowing in the right ways. That could be philanthropic or investment capital in a variety of specific instances and circumstances. We as the WHO Foundation are very much focused on the private sector. So from philanthropists to corporations to public interest or public engagement. And so I think there's sort of continuing it from a public engagement side is the both sort of commitment of a continual pressure on the rest of the system from corporations, again, sort of leaning in and understanding the risk inherent in climate with all of what they're trying to do. Also their own employees, right? And so it's key. And then from philanthropists, I think it's really about understanding the alignment between the multiple kinds of crises that we have and figuring out bigger kind of solutions to address those rather than, I think there's a tendency to kind of potentially go down separate parallel paths versus saying how can we convene, look at, and iterate on solution sets that we can bring together collectively and thinking about that from like a non-competitive standpoint.
Maybe a follow-up question exactly on that, because I hear from both of you, it's complex. Nobody, not a single player has the answers. How do you see this evolve? What opportunities do you see to bring players together in a non-competitive way to create these solutions together? Are you already working on that with WHO Foundation? Where is this going? What's the state of affairs?
Yeah, I mean, right now, and actually tomorrow morning, we're holding a session on our Health Emergencies Alliance. So it is a group of sort of forward-thinking corporations that are getting together and recognizing exactly what I was saying. So joining that and committing to be part of a group that's looking at ways that they could bring the multiple kinds of resources necessary in emergent situations. So it's certainly focusing on acute, but eventually looking upstream from that and all the things I was talking about previously around robust infrastructure development. On the philanthropic side, I think there's multiple roles that we play. One is as sort of helping to work with the large funders in this space to kind of see the connectivity both inside of these bigger organizations and how they're funding at that intersection, but also between the organizations and, again, alignment on particular big ideas and what we do is help to kind of shepherd those or bring those into existence. Sort of common action as well. And I think there's also philanthropists are on the sidelines because it is complex.
Yeah.
It is, and when you're bringing a complex system like health and a complex system like climate together, you get orders of magnitude of complexity in there. And where can you make a difference? It's hard to navigate that and determine where you're going to put your funding.
But maybe like Nema, you can give us an example where you see it coming together, something that you use as a blueprint in your mind for how such a joint approach could play out.
I mean, yeah. I'll sort of to beat a dead horse around HEA, Health Emergencies Alliance. I think that is a key step forward, right? And so understanding, sort of within a circle, Chatham House rules, how are we being really honest with each other around what it is that we're collectively facing as a challenge? How are we not only sort of making an upfront commitment to help fund acute and or sort of longer term kinds of strategies to prevent all this, but then that's just a starting point, right? And so we're saying you're sort of now in that circle, and how can we kind of continue to engage at greater and greater levels and more deeply? And again, sometimes that is capital, right? For sure, but sometimes that's know-how, reach, expertise in a variety of ways.
Thanks, Eric. Maybe before I move to you, Paul, for a supply chain and supplier's perspective, last question to you, Eric. How do you see digitalization come in terms of influencing these ecosystems, making care more accessible? And also, Nima, please feel free to chip in a question to actually both of you from different perspectives.
I mean, access to data, right? I mean, part of what we're trying to do too is like essentially digitize guidelines work that the WHO does on a regular basis to make that feedback loop much more relevant, quick, and bi-directional, right? And so if you're able to glean more information about the effects of climate or whatever kinds of sort of interventions that are happening on the ground, and then create that sort of dialogue between both sort of centralized resources and local organizations, individuals that are actually doing the work on the ground, and informing each other, that's huge. And so, that's also has the possibility of generating a ton of data, not only for developing new kinds of interventions that are more impactful and effective, but also sort of dreaming up things that we might not even be considering right now, and understanding patterns that are kind of hidden in there that are we're blind to.
Nima, do you see that happening?
Absolutely. So digital solutions, in my opinion, are critical to leapfrog some of these barriers that we are encountering. So for instance, Turkana is one of the largest counties in Kenya, just by surface area. For most patients, they just don't have the money to travel hours to come and see us in clinic. And so what we're doing is training community health workers and giving them digital tools so they can carry out household visits to identify children in need of surgical services. And so we have that data, and we use that data to then get the specialists that we need, so that the patient can get the services that they need. And we're also using that tool to identify patients who have insurance, because as we all know, donor funding is plummeting at the moment, and so we're trying to leverage some of the assets that are available locally. In Kenya, there's the National Health Insurance Fund, and so we're trying to see how we can leverage that by including the Turkana children and including refugees in this insurance fund, so that we can finance sustainably the health services that we're providing, and digital solutions are helping us with that.
I think that's a great example, both to collaborate in the field, right, and find the different partners that it takes for these solutions. It's also a great bridge, I think, to you, Paul, because these type of solutions are shifting the demands to technology providers, and there's a lot shifting anyway, also because of climate change. What type of questions do you get from your customers when it comes to innovating and providing new products and solutions for more social impact with lower environmental impact? What is changing?
So there are two parts to it, and I want to connect to what Nima just said about a lot of people actually leaving the healthcare area, healthcare professionals leaving. And I have an example in my family. My daughter actually wants to become a doctor. She's in the 3rd year. She doesn't get paid for 6 years. So she has to do all those internships, and there's maybe a first world problem because she's still in a decent hospital, right? But she works more than my boys, I have to say, yeah? And she doesn't get any pay for it, right? And we have a demographic gap. Yeah, at this conversation this morning in a different panel. So we are all fighting for skilled labor, for talent, and then we don't pay people that take most of the effort to provide health services to all of us. Somehow the system is upside down. Now, let me come to the positive part, right? A lot of the solutions that we are working on designing with our customers are there to make the lives of patients better, but also give the right tools and reduce the workload on the personnel that is actually working with the patients, right? So starting from automated beds that help to move people, because that's adding a lot of stress and potential repetitive work injuries, down to the design of the solutions that actually patients can handle it themselves, right?
So that's on the social impact side, but maybe also on the environmental side. We said in the beginning, healthcare is extremely polluting. Do you see also there customer demand changes or different questions?
Yeah, there is a lot of question about how can we reuse products. Yeah? Today, a lot of thinking is about recycling, which means I take a product that is maybe 95% okay, and then I break it down to the molecule level, and then I make a new product again. It's very energy inefficient, and at the same time also very expensive. It's much better if we can refurbish product that can be reused, and sometimes it's sold then in different markets when the version is not the newest version anymore, but there is a lot that can be done from that perspective. Here we need support as well from the governments and regulations area, because today a lot of the regulations require us actually to break things down to the molecule level. They don't allow us to refurbish. I think part of that issue started for many years. Our supply chains have been product being produced at cheap cost in Asia and then distributed to the rest of the world and reused and then dumped there. Yeah? And we need to come back to a more circular economy where we produce product, especially in healthcare, at the point of use, and then we remanufacture it and we reuse it again, because normally 95% of that device is still okay.
I'm sure a lot of ears ringing. Today, this week, the circularity gap report was posted also, right? We know that at a global scale that less than 8% of everything that we do of the 100 gigatons materials are recycled. And I'm sure a lot of ears are ringing. We have Ramona Liberov in the room also, who is heading PACE, the platform that accelerates circular economy also. Yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So it's good to see that it also reaches the healthcare supply chains and triggers these type of questions, explorations. Maybe what type of barriers do you see, and what do you think could be really catalytic to drive more sustainable supply chains in healthcare?
So there's a couple of barriers, right? The first is our own mindset, because normally we want to have a new product. Yeah, everybody likes the new phone or the new blood glucose meter or everything else. If it's remanufactured, people think like it's not as good. Yeah. But when it is remanufactured,
so that's perception also.
It's perception. It is actually as good, right? Because we put a lot of effort to make it as good as a new product. Second, there are regulations in many countries that are not there yet, that you can take a product back from the market and remanufacture it and put it back. And third, it is design, where we need to design with our customers, with the big brand names, to make sure that we shrink some of the products, reduce the waste, and make the product also easier accessible for the end customer.
Thanks a lot, Paul. So I think all three of you have really illustrated how these topics, environmental health, personal health, are intimately intertwined actually. We need to find solutions that address both sides of it. And we touched on many different things in half an hour. But I would like to give the opportunity also maybe to the audience to chip in. So if you have questions, please think about it. Let us know. And maybe in the meantime, anything that you would like to share that's, again, I mean, that key messages that you haven't brought yet, your opportunity to make a statement before we go to questions of the audience. Anything to add?
I think for me, just number one is equity. It's equity, number one, and then as we work on improving access and as we work towards health for all, then we can add sustainability, which will be also critical to equity. But as a take-home message, I think equity is, in terms of sequence, we need to be mindful of that.
Yeah. I mean, doubling down on exactly what you were saying is all of the worst effects of the changing climate are going to affect those that already are the most vulnerable, right? Yeah. Without equity at the center of the conversation, the relationships, the building of the systems, we're missing entirely. And whether that's in developing communities anywhere in the world, or if we were just sort of hearing, I was here at a session earlier talking about urban environment, right? And so looking at what that looks like and health outcomes that have major disparities between, I was at Mount Sinai Hospital before and prior in my career, and it's in the Upper East Side, in an area that has probably some of the best health outcomes. You go 2 blocks north into East Harlem, some of the worst health outcomes in the world, period, right, against any other country. So they're everywhere, these health inequalities. And they're also disproportionately the ones that are affected by the byproduct of the system that we use, namely pollution. So increased rates of asthma, increased rates of exposure to chemicals, and all these are challenges and problems that we've seen now for a long time. And so my parting thought is we've got to start moving really quickly.
Yeah. And that calls for innovators' minds, I think, also, right? Paul?
I think I'm actually very optimistic, right? Because I see our minds may be predetermined from the way that we operated since a long time. You know, we take something, we unpack it, throw the packaging away, we take the device, use it, throw the device away. My kids would never accept that, right? So they come actually and challenge me. When I came home very proud and say we produced the first 1 million masks for the Flex employees, my daughter was looking at me and say, and are they all going to waste? So I thought, okay, maybe I should think about recycling too. So I think the next generation really needs to help us rethink and reuse, and I think that will automatically lead to more equity as well, because then things will become longer in a more sustainable way, available for everybody.
That's a very encouraging thought. I think the situation is clear, huge challenges ahead, which are also huge opportunities to learn and do things in a different way and do them together with a huge upside, actually making our healthcare systems both sustainable and, first of all, also accessible to 4 billion people who have not access to care today. Let me know, is there a show of hands, questions from the audience? There are questions, I see 2 hands. Okay. Please state your name briefly and your affiliation, and then state your question. Should be, yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, is it on? Which number is it? 5.
Yes.
Something is happening in the tech corner. Oh, there's
Sure, thanks.
Thanks.
Though,
That's the
I
human
want you to
solution, not
answer
the
as well.
technology solution. Yeah.
Well, you all mentioned regulatory environments. So I'm Lisa Heinrich. I am with the Wellcome Trust. I lead the government relations with some of our European governments. And so when you talk about regulatory environments, maybe if there's something specific you can list. You were saying about like recycling, that where you would say like this is our call to action to governments that I'm happy to, in my conversations, to bring up. That would be super helpful.
Teaming up, thanks.
I would say challenge us. When we had to take out lead from electronic manufacturing, we had an endless debate until the European Union came and said, now do it. And suddenly it worked, right? And the same, I think, for carbon footprint. We have an endless conversation. How are we capturing carbon footprint? What should be the goal? I think at some point the regulator needs to come and say, this is the way I want it. In my mind, it should be actually on each product. There's a label, right, that says CO2 used to make this product, yeah? CO2 expected by this product to be used. And I'm sure it will work the same way. Challenge us.
Driving transparency. Yeah, thanks, Paul. Others?
So for us, I think just making it easy for clinicians and other stakeholders to try new solutions and not be dogmatic. And yes, of course, they have to be there to ensure that everyone's following the rules and that patients are protected. But with all these new challenges, we need new solutions, and we need to be able to adapt those solutions as we implement, because you may have one idea when you begin, but when you try it out, it doesn't work out, and you need to change it very quickly. And so if the procedure to change your intervention takes 5 years, you're not going to make any progress. So I think more flexibility, accelerated approvals, that would help everyone, and that would make us, put us in a better position to act and to act quickly.
Eric.
I'll go to like the political cover you need to make those decisions, right? I mean, I'm from the U.S. obviously, and it's complicated. But in order for these regulators to make these decisions, they need to be backed by legislators that are actually getting pushed by their constituency to make these changes. And so the more we can do around public awareness, public action, I know Wellcome is trying to do a lot of this, which is fantastic. I think that's a key component of it. And we all collectively have the ability to do a lot of that work, and the WHO Foundation also is trying to do some of that.
There's a little feedback in the room. Maybe adding from my perspective also, it really helps if policies and government interventions are grounded in reality on the ground, right? So if there are lighthouse projects, there are examples that have the potential to be scaled. They are great cases also to develop policies around to make the good stuff grow. Thanks for the question and thanks for the answers. There was another hand in the room.
Yes, hi, Carl Golta from Indeed Innovation. We're an innovation services firm for the circular economy, and this would be my topic for Nema, because I'm deeply impressed and inspired by your work, actually. I would like to pragmatically know, if you say we first need to serve the 5 billion people, right, and then do sustainability, can we do that in sync somehow? And if so, and that goes, of course, to the entire panel, how would we really pragmatically do so?
Yeah. So it's not an either or, but I think we need to address equity first. As I gave the example, when it comes to cancer care, I don't have the means to care for these children who have cancer, so I can't even address sustainability because I don't have anything to offer. And so I need to address equity, and equity means I need those cancer drugs, I need the imaging, I need the pathologist. And once I get that going, then I can bring the sustainability piece. But yes, we'll be doing it together. But to begin with, what is more urgent, what needs to happen right now, or what should have happened yesterday, is having those pieces and those resources there. So I didn't mean that we need to treat all the 5 billion before we can address the sustainability. But yeah, in terms of what I think is urgent and what I'm experiencing right now as a pediatric surgeon, is that I don't even have the basic resources.
But maybe building on the question of Carl, do you see opportunities to leapfrog and not make the same mistakes that we have seen that lead to these total overshoot and waste of resources that we often see in developed countries?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think listening to you, I already can see an opportunity for collaboration because we recycle a lot, but out of necessity. So, when I would do cases in Geneva, we would use, drapes that we then throw away. But when I'm in Turkana, we're using cotton, which is then washed again. In Geneva, I would use cutlery that we throw away at the end of the case, or we would have instruments that we use once and we throw it, but in Turkana, we don't throw anything away. And so we could, as clinicians, also inform some of your initiatives in terms of recycling and so forth, and we may have a different approach. We don't always want something that's new and shiny. We want something that will be there for a while and that is hardy and can function in 40 degrees.
It's a great perspective, actually.
That's actually, I really like your perspective and the examples that you mentioned as well, because there's a lot of common sense that says once a product is on the market, it's difficult to change because it's approved and you have to redo approval cycles. Many times that common sense is actually wrong. Yeah. Actually, sustainability, environmental sustainability, many times is a business case that, and again, I don't mean a business case for making companies rich, but actually making service, support, and devices cheaper, that they are more accessible for everybody. Yeah. But we have this perceived mind that we continue to work like for the last 10 years, and with that, we don't look into that opportunities. But I would love to talk with you afterwards, if you're from an innovation company, how we can drive that mindset.
And I loved Nima's question on the hypothetical, what if we wouldn't throw anything away, right? If we ask this question also in Geneva, or in Amsterdam and Berlin, or whatever, I think it's a very inspiring question. Were there more questions in the room? There was another question.
Hi, I'm Radim Agrawal with the Stone Center for the Study of Wealth Inequality and the Healthcare Management Initiative at INSEAD Business School in France. My question, I guess, is around, Nima, you mentioned the role for the private sector in health in particular and digitalization. I'm just curious because we are fortunate to work with a lot of business entrepreneurs, in the health sector, and the one theme that we often hear is we don't have models to go after in terms of how do you embed yourself into the reimbursement system of the public sector healthcare systems. That seems to be a huge challenge when it comes to scaling some of these startups who seem to be doing fantastic work. I can think of examples in South Africa, in Kenya as well. Access Afia is a company we are in touch with, Anjani Clinics in South Africa. So I'm just wondering what that how does one navigate that conversation with governments when it comes to reimbursement to really scale some of those innovations that are having a huge impact, but in isolation, really?
I think engagement early on is important so that the ministries of health are there with you as you develop the solution. So it rarely works when you come in and you say, well, this is what we think will work, this is what we want to do, and expect them to say, oh yes. So really what I've in my experience, what works is getting them on your side early on before you have your end product. Because once you go in with an end product, it may not fit that particular context. And if you think of Kenya, for instance, health is devolved. So every single county has their Ministry of Health. And one solution may work in one county, but not in another. And so it's critical to engage with each county early on as part of that developing of the solution. And then, as I mentioned earlier, you should also be quite flexible in your approach. So what you start with may not be completely the best solution. So you should be prepared to refine that solution and to take into account some of the changes that you did not anticipate. But that early engagement with the Ministry of Health and localizing some of those solutions, I think is key.
Eric, you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I just could see that as being a challenge for entrepreneurs and the capital they have to put at play and time and energy they would need to spend on individual, and rightfully so, right? It's necessary in order to develop the proper kinds of new solutions to support the patients or people, right, in those locations. But from an entrepreneurial perspective, you're trying to do as much as you can with as little resources as you can to spread that out. So if you're needing to negotiate within a country, I mean, this happens everywhere, right? I could see that as being a consistent challenge. So, I would say part of what we try to do, and at the foundation, we also have a global health equity fund, right? And so working with entrepreneurs is really part of our toolkit to help instantiate this change that we're trying to see. But I could see that as being a consistent challenge, because you're also not necessarily getting to scale. So there's probably solutions that looking at the capital stack and saying, all right, where does true investment capital come in? Where does philanthropic capital come in? Where does sort of 100% loss catalytic capital come in these areas that are truly really challenging? It's not developing the next social network or app. It is much more complicated than that.
Thanks a lot. We are unfortunately already approaching the full hour, and I know we didn't do justice to the full breadth and the depth of this fascinating topic, making healthcare accessible and sustainable. I wanted to invite you to stay a little bit, hang around, engage on one-on-ones with the panelists also, ask your questions, make new connections. There's lots to be discussed, explored, and improved. I very much enjoyed the discussion. It was a little bit an experiment, of course, because you often see the communities around health equity talking about health equity, and you see the environmentalists talking about climate protection. But we see, and I think that was one of the key takeaways for me also, these topics are so intertwined, and we need to find solutions that really address both, and we need to do it together. So with that, I want to thank you, and I want to invite you to give a hand of applause to our panelists. Thanks.